Yeah,
And I said, why are you here? Because I was kind of interested. I was kind of curious. I didn't know if it's for me, maybe it's a hippie thing. Maybe, I don't know. When I saw that you were doing it, I said, that's cool. So I said, let's go. So we did 3 camps. So like 20 people ahead. In 1 week, you do 4 sessions. So I've probably done like 20 something ayahuasca ceremonies. And each time was different. Each time I learned something. I got to the stage where I'm like, what can I learn? And I'm coming here to be a psychedelic tourist. Like, oh, people that keep going back. Well, if it was helping you, I didn't keep going back. I should learn. I can't remember that's what they said. Once you pick up the receiver and get a message. So it was over a period of time. And I was like, oh, I don't feel like I need to do it. I want to do it. It may change. But I feel like I learned what I needed to learn. And helped other people on there give me a learn. So I get the message. You know what I need to know.
If I would have sat down with you prior to your psychedelic right here, right now, would you feel different, be different?
I believe so. I mean, it's like it's hard to describe the whole experience. I was like, wow, well, it's different for everybody.
But in terms of the takeaways, were some related to
the biggest takeaway is everything is one. We're not a drop from the ocean. We're the ocean and a drop. That's a Rumi saying. Right? But I get it. I was saying that before I even read that. I was saying that. So imagine an ocean, that's everything. It's a spray. It's coming out like a little drop. And he thinks, oh, just a little drop. Oh, poor me. No, for the ocean as well. Into the ocean. Like, so everything is one thing. We're all connected. We're the same thing, having separate experiences. That's what I got. We're all connected. And the whole experience we're having is mental. Like nothing exists without observation. So this is all created by us. Everything. It's our imagination. That doesn't really exist. If that makes sense to me. No, you gotta experience it.
Listen, I'm very open. As a neuroscientist, I understand for certain that our brains are very good at certain kinds of information. That's red, that's blue, I can hear your voice, that's Dorian, I'm me. But that's through a certain set of filters. And
yeah, you're a machine with a computer, and it's limited.
Certain filters. It's like someone described it. I forget who it was. If you were in a house and the windows were open out onto a yard, you would hear certain things and see certain things, and that's your conception of a yard. But if you were outside in the field on the other side of the yard, you get a very different picture, a very different experience of it.
Let me give you another analogy like that. I don't know where this one came from, but I used it one time because there's so many different levels to psychedelic experience. But I said it like this: imagine you're in a room, whatever shape, square room, and you're in this room, and that's all that exists. You can see it, you can touch it. There's nothing more because you're not aware of it, right? How about if I brought a little trampoline in here and you bounced up on a trampoline and you happen to see over the wall and you see there's a whole fucking other world out there that you didn't know about, but now you've seen it, you can't forget, right? So you'll come back to this room with a different perspective, knowing that this is not it really. So it gives you a totally new perspective on life, I think.
I'm totally on board. I will say, I do think there's certain people with predisposition to psychosis that should be cautious about psychedelics.
Oh, the camp I went to in Costa Rica is like they do a full review. They got doctors on board and everything like that. So they do vet people before and get their medical history and all that stuff. So I'm sure there's some exceptions where maybe it might not be beneficial, but I'm not an expert on that. But if it's a real camp, and there's the thing, a lot of them are not, or they just get as many people in there to get as much money and they don't get the attention and everything like that. So if you're going to do it, I mean, do your bit of research on who's doing it and how are they qualified and what the facility is like and everything like that. I mean, I did it in Spain where it's kind of Wild West. They don't really tell you too much, but I can handle that. Not everyone else can. So better to go to a place where they do it very professionally. And with a shaman, proper like a traditional, not a guy. I mean, I could say I'm a shaman and put camps on it, but I'm not, and these guys, it's passed down through the family and they do maybe a decade of training before they go in there and actually administering the ceremonies. So I think that's important.
Yeah, I think the data on psilocybin for depression, MDMA,
in this video,
not recreational therapy for PTSD, ibogaine for PTSD, and for alcohol and other substance abuse disorders is very intriguing. And I'm not trying to hedge here and play, but I think it's very interesting. I think people forget, this is one of these things where I almost forgot to say this, whether or not it's therapy, working out, a pill, or psychedelics. Ultimately, what we're after is this thing of brain plasticity.
Today marks 1 year since I first signed up for the worship team at my local church. And as a singer-songwriter who has performed many solo
in the
gigs,
psychedelic journey, as well as the long-term outcomes, seem to create something that, done correctly, brings people more peace.
Well, there's a guy in England that's now funded and has been doing experiments, and he got like brain activity before and afterwards. I don't know what basis it's on, but let's say the brain activity that they can see is like maybe 30% lit up, 100%.
Yeah, it's certainly
activating parts of your brain that's kind of sleeping, I guess.
Yeah, it's revealing a bunch of lateral connections of what we call the default mode network. Basically, more brain areas are talking to one another in the psychedelic.
Which change your perspective.
That's right.
And the way you think.
Yeah, change your perception.
Affects everything. There was a guy, funny enough, he used to work with the government in UK, right? So they had him do a report on drugs and recreational drugs and what his conclusions were. And he said people that take ecstasy, MDMA, on the weekend, statistically, they're much safer than somebody that does horse riding. I mean, this is a scientific, and they fired him. And a lot of scientists that work for the UK, they retired. They're like, we're scientists. You can't dictate to us what the conclusion must be. We're scientists. We just look and give you the conclusion. Anyway, Professor Nutt now is working independently and funded and in London. And he's doing a lot of these studies on different psychedelics and brain activity and depression and so on. So a lot of people that came to the camps are struggling with depression and different issues. And some of the experiences might have been unpleasant at the time, but everybody at the end of the week is like, wow, this is the most important thing I've done in my life. This is life-changing. I heard that so many times, like literally from everybody that's done it. So it's worth looking into, definitely. And no, beyond whatever you might feel at the time, there's no side effects afterwards or anything like that. And another thing after doing these camps, I mean, you're restricted with your diet, and before you go, they give you a specific diet and things to cut out, like alcohol and any other kind of drugs and so on. And I feel like if my brain was a computer, like at the end of the week, all the junk files have gone out, and it's just having so many ideas and inspiration and ideas for business, and like it's on fire, and eventually it settles down to a more normal pace. But you feel like your computer's just been upgraded.
Yeah, defragged, as they say. Yeah. We mentioned schizophrenia a couple minutes ago. Reminds me, there are these very interesting findings. You know, there are a few exceptions to what I'm about to say, but I know that your wife is from Brazil.
Yeah.
And we're talking about the value of sunlight, you being from the UK. You know, you don't find schizophrenia near the equator.
Because of the light.
I'm not going to say schizophrenia is one thing, and I'm not going to say it's caused by one thing, but there's some very interesting hypotheses about certain types of winter infections make people more prone to them. Now, why would those winter infections only occur closer to the poles? It may be that, this is a theory, that some of the long wavelength light from the sun, the reds and oranges, yellows and so forth, provide a protective function on the mitochondria and at certain stages of pregnancy, because there's a genetic component to schizophrenia, but there's also an environmental component. Identical twins don't always both have it. Sunlight seems protective. The amount of sunlight seems protective in a way that is not trivial, that statistically is very impressive. So it's interesting, right?
Sunlight, for overall health, the sun is essential. I mean, I've talked about it before to friends and everything. I was like, I mean, I was in the club, right? Isn't it a ridiculous joke how we've been told to be scared of the sun when it's the giver of all life on the planet? Somehow it can be bad for us. That's just ridiculous, yeah? If you go in the sun and you start to get burnt, get out of the sun.
Or throw on a layer of clothing. Yeah, and put on a hat. Yeah.
Listen, man, I'm as white as they come, naturally, yeah? I'm like a bottle of milk, man. But I went to Spain, and I guess my nutrition improved. Much better fruits and vegetables there, so that might be something. But I slowly introduced myself to the sun, and now I can stay out all day. I might get a bit reddish because I'm pale skin, but I don't get burnt or nothing. I can stay in the sun all day. And yeah, I just feel much better in the sun. Everybody does. People come from England to live in Spain because of that fact. And if we look between the UK and Spain, there's about 6-7 year difference in the life expectancy. Yeah, maybe the food's a bit better, but the sun is the key, I believe.
I won't launch into a whole scientific lecture on this, but it's very interesting and not a coincidence at all that dopamine and the synthesis of dopamine in the body, it's L-tyrosine, but there's an enzyme called tyrosinase, and it's a rate-limiting enzyme for dopamine production. Dopamine makes you feel good, motivated, steroids correlate with the sex hormones. We know all this stuff, certainly you do. It's also responsible for pigmentation of the skin, which is why, for instance, an Arctic fox, which is white in the winter, becomes brown in the summer through the dopamine. Dopamine pathway. So the feeling good in the sun is not a trivial thing. It's through the dopamine pathway and the melanin pathway. The other thing that's really interesting is that there's been a study recently where they gave people a glucose tolerance test, how well they manage blood sugar, insulin, et cetera. And in sunlight, or even with some sunlight just landing on their back, their metabolism goes up by about, I believe it's 29%, and their blood glucose regulation is far better. And it's because the sunlight actually gets through the body, charges the mitochondria, and
it actually reaches the mitochondria in the cell.
It actually will, the long wavelength light will go all the way through your body and charge your mitochondria on the way. And this is not like a hearsay. This is documented in beautiful studies. Glenn Jeffrey at University College London, another formerly pasty pale Brit who I've known for many decades, came here, sat there and said, the more time you get in the sun, the longer your life. The more time you get in the sun, the better your blood glucose regulation. The more time you get in the sun, and on and on and on. And the opposite is also true. Too much time under just LED lights and not enough sunlight is damaging to mitochondria. And it's a very big effect. I think this is going to be one of the biggest health issues.
This is beyond vitamin D production.
It includes vitamin D production, but actually vitamin D comes from the UV. The stuff they say is bad. The UV light is what triggers vitamin D production. So look, you don't want to get a sunburn, and I'm glad you mentioned that. But we have been sold a bill of goods about the sun, and I think in the next 10 years, it's going to go the same direction as lifting weights turns to fat. No one believes that because it's not true, but we were told that for decades.
Oh, they used to believe it. I mean, when I started back in the 80s, very few women wanted to lift weights because they were scared they would get too big. And yeah, it was funny, like people would come down the gym when I was British champion or something, you know? Yeah, I don't want to get too big. Like something like you, that would be great. Don't worry. It's not going to happen by accident. Don't worry. You know?
Yeah. As I always tell people, especially if women want to train, the pump you get in the gym, that's as big as you're ever going to get within a couple of months. So if you ever see yourself in the mirror at the gym and go, oh my God, that's far too big, go ahead, quit for 2 weeks. But you know, exactly. I mean, people think they're going to go sleep in
It's interesting, you know, like I went in Spain, and we live right by the beach, me and Gal, on the beach, right outside a lot, right? I had my vitamin D tested and it was only 35. I thought just from the sun.
Some people just don't convert vitamin D that well or produce vitamin D that well and need to supplement it. And it does seem to have some genetic component, which makes sense. Speaking of which, I would be remiss if I didn't ask you about cannabis, because I think one of our early correspondences,
was like,
I did an episode about cannabis, and I said, listen, I'm worried about psychotic risk, but I said, listen, there could be medical uses. And I've done a couple different episodes.
Also, on here, right?
I had a tea on.
Yeah, I had it on my podcast, but we didn't touch the subject.
Okay. No, I mean, I think that I want to be clear. My stance is one where I've seen people benefit. I've seen data that for people with a predisposition to psychosis, the high THC can be problematic. This is just what I've seen. But you sent me a note saying that first of all, that your experience with it has been good, so I want to give you the opportunity to share that. And then some of the things that you speculate about, because I'm an open book.
Well, to give you some background, I guess cannabis is a bit like cultural. In Birmingham, where I grew up, there are a lot of Jamaicans. So, I mean, Jamaicans, they smoke cannabis, they make tea. It's just a cultural thing. It's normal for them, right? So it was about, I had a couple of friends that their dads were Jamaican. So I was smoking it anyway, but I wasn't smoking it because I thought there was any particular health benefits. I was just smoking it and drinking alcohol, like hanging out. But my friends' dads who were Jamaican were like, oh, this is protects against this, and we drink tea for this, and the women take it for menstrual pain. So I kind of heard that, but I'm like, yeah, okay, whatever. And I would smoke occasionally when I was training. And when I went to live in Amsterdam for a little bit, as I said, I did a lot of reading, started reading about it. I started searching for studies, and I found there's massive, massive health benefits from THC and different cannabinoids. Some of it really counterintuitive, I guess, for people. You had Peter Attia on here, right? So you asked Peter, I think, what about smoking cannabis? How does that affect your lungs? And I think he was pretty much said, it's probably like the same as nicotine. Tobacco, right? I think that's what he said. Well, he's probably not aware of a 25-year-long massive study that was done at UCLA. Dr. Donald Taskin, I think his name is. So they put these people into groups, cigarette smokers, cannabis smokers, and control group that didn't smoke anything. So after 25 years, what did they find? Cigarette group, we already know, right? Loss of lung function, increased cancers, blah, 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 blah. Yeah? In the cannabis group, and heavy, daily smoking, 25 years. I'll agree, because I've been heavily smoking every day for 30 years, right? So what was the effect on the lungs? Some negative, yes, because of the heat and the tar and everything like that. It could irritate the airways. It reduced somewhat the antioxidant layer on your airways. So statistically, it would be more susceptible to an infection, maybe bronchitis or something like that. Although, of all my friends, I don't know anyone that got it, but statistically, it would be more likely to get it. Lung function, interesting. 25 years of cannabis smoking compared to the non-smokers. There was a slight increase in lung capacity in cannabis smokers.
I have to check out the study, yep.
No cancers. Other groups got cancers, but this one don't, after 25 years. So that's the lung cancer. So maybe Peter was not privy to this information.
Well, I'll check out the study. I'm not familiar with it, but I appreciate you raising. I wonder if it's the THC and whether or not edible forms of THC would have the same effect, or whether or not it's the smoking of cannabis.
Do you know Rick Simpson?
I know of Rick Simpson.
RSO, Rick Simpson, anyway, he made a concentrated oil from cannabis. Now they sell it in all the pharmacies called RSO, although I spoke to Rick, it's nothing to do with him, just because he's the guy that originally did it. In Canada, and he cured hundreds of people with cancers. He made a documentary called Run From the Cure. So the guy was growing cannabis on his farm in Canada, making the oil from it, because he discovered by mistake. He had some skin cancer, and he discovered by mistake that the oil got rid of it, and he started it. Anyway, he was persecuted by the authorities in Canada because he wasn't selling it. He was literally putting his money into it, growing plants and giving it away for free, right? Which the documentary explains it all. And he was persecuted there, and he lives in Europe now. And there's a lady at the University of Madrid, Dr. Sanchez. She's proven in a lab setting, THC. You can even get the video, the speeded up video, literally eating the cancer cells.
Oh yeah, I've seen this. I think we're finally in 2026 breaking into new ground where people are looking at psychedelics, looking at other compounds, nutrition, etc. I do think I'm an optimist. I like to think that in part because of discussions like this and an open-mindedness that has not existed before, that we're starting to break new ground in at least exploring things, right? Being willing to explore things. You won't be shocked to hear, but many people might be shocked to hear that the initial group that was exploring different types of breathing to achieve different brain body states, people like Stan Graff and all those people, a lot of them were run out of universities. They thought somehow it was looked at as too counterculture. Now, my lab, I'm not running a lab right now, but I still teach, but my lab has published clinical studies, right? Federally, well, in that case, privately funded, but peer-reviewed studies on breathwork for anxiety control, breathwork for sleep augmentation, right? And so to us now, like breathwork sounds like they're kind of like, oh, of course, right? But 20 years ago, you said breathwork, people were like, okay, where's your magic carpet and there's the door and let's lock you out.
You can manipulate your brain and your body with breathwork.
Sure. Yeah, you can really shift your state.
And the thing with the cannabis, I've also seen it in my life. I've seen it with real people, and there's thousands of people out on the internet if you search.
Yeah, well, certainly for glaucoma, a field that I was involved in for a long time. You know, eye pressure, cannabis is a well utilized tool to relieve eye pressure, and the major cause of blindness, second to cataract only, is glaucoma due to elevated eye pressure, and cannabis reduces. That's well established. So in the ophthalmology community, they've really embraced it. I do have one question I think is in the back of many people's minds, or should be. You were clearly and still are a very driven guy, although now you have this kind of additional. Yeah, you have an on-off switch right now. Maybe it was all gas pedal before. Many people that I know who smoked a lot of weed, some of them became very amotivated. They like.
I'll do it tomorrow.
Yeah, exactly. So you are a unique specimen in the sense that like you're super driven, right? And so I had this, dinosaur psychologist theory for a long time with my friends, which was, hey, if you're really driven, maybe you should do some things to relax. Maybe cannabis is right for you a little bit, but if you're lazy, I don't know if that's the right.
If you're lazy, you're lazy, right? Maybe it just amplifies it. There's a test you can do now. I don't know if it's here, but I did it in Spain. So we have an endocannabinoid system, right, inside your body, but it varies. So there's a swab you can do, and it gives you a report on your endocannabinoid system.
Revoked, widerrufen. Digga. Jeez. Yeah.
system, right? And there was, one of them is a likelihood of negative effects from 1 to 10. So the lady did my thing, and I was kidding around with her. I said, what does it say there? Do I need THC for life? Just messing about. She said, oh, you're not far off. She said, look at this. The likelihood of you having negative effects from cannabis, you're on 1 out of 10. So, for instance, my wife, we've been married for 12, 13 years now. Sorry, God, if I made a mistake. She's not going anywhere near it. She feels totally paranoid if she has a little bit of cannabis. So I'm well aware of, different endocannabinoid systems maybe, or different personalities. So for some people, they will get a lot of negative effects. So you have to find out for yourself. But it's interesting they got this test now that actually proves that your endocannabinoid system might be slightly different from mine. So I might benefit more from THC. Maybe you benefit more from CBD or balance. So it's interesting now that we're able to get this information. And I'm very driven and I'm very disciplined. And my wife thinks I'm hyperactive. I'm kind of quietly, I look very relaxed, but I'm constantly thinking and moving. So probably for me, it's beneficial at this stage. And I'm having this discussion with my friend, it's not good and it's only for losers. I said, you like to watch American football, don't you, on Saturday? He's like, yeah. I said, they did a survey with the NFL players and NBA players. How many of them use cannabis on a daily basis? In between 70 and 80%. So we're talking about the most elite athletes in the world, highest paid athletes. They wouldn't be doing that if it wasn't benefiting them. And they're saying it's benefiting them. But more to the point, how about the owners of these clubs? If they thought this was having a negative effect on them, they would stamp it out right away, but they don't. And these are, the basketball players are saying they smoke blunts before they go on court, and they play better, and they recover better, and so on. And it makes sense.
So I would say it's good to hear you say that it probably varies by person. Yes. Your wife, it's not for her, it's clearly for you, and it probably varies by profession and natural drive. But maybe other things too. I mean, I know some artists, musicians who need to drink and smoke, and others who don't. And now nicotine's made a big comeback, and oral forms of nicotine. I feel like just like with dogs, there's tremendous variation in body size.
Even food.
Humans are different.
Some food for some people are allergic to it. It gives them bad effects, and somebody else not. So there's no rule that applies to everybody 100%. But cannabis has a very negative image, let's say, because of over 100 years of propaganda. Yeah? It was a medicine. You could get it on the shelves in America in 1900. It was for many things. Queen Victoria, the famous longest queen, she used to use cannabis for period pains and this and that. So it was used as a medicine for a long time until the pharmaceutical industry came along. And then all of a sudden, they're making movies, if a white woman smokes cannabis, she's going to sleep with black men and all kind of crazy stuff. There was one called Reefer Madness. Smoking, it's going to send you crazy. I mean, this is in people's minds, It's a bad thing. It's a drug. It's not. It's a plant medicine. And it grows from the ground like that. It's stronger now. It's higher in THC because it's been crossbreed and crossbreed like a dog. You want a dog with a long nose. It's the same thing with plants. So people want to get more bang for their buck. So the breeders are trying to breed more THC into it. And sometimes this is not good for people because the CBD is kind of calmed down and balanced with the THC. Now the CBD is down and the THC is up there. So that's why it's more likely to make you feel a little edgy now because the THC is kind of active.
I had a guest on here named Chris McCurdy. He's a scientist out in Florida. And he taught me 3 things I think that you'll find interesting in light of what we're talking about. One, that every pharmaceutical company has what are called bioprospectors that send people quietly to the jungle, to other places, and not just the jungle, to find plants that are used locally and then to find specific molecules and develop highly potent extracts to grab just one effect. The second thing is we were talking about kratom. I think the proper pronunciation is kratom. But and he was talking about how the kratom plant and even the cocoa plant, chewing on the leaves is known to give people a kind of balanced, in both cases, kind of stimulant relaxation effect.
I did that in Peru when we went to Machu Picchu.
Interesting.
Yeah, I feel like maybe a coffee or something.
Okay.
That's about it.
Well, it's interesting because what happens is people take the plant, find the molecule that produces like the real dopamine high in the case of cocaine, or kratom, and they then develop kratom isolates or kratom-like synthetics or THC-like synthetics. And so especially in the United States, there's this tendency to take a plant which is very balanced in its chemistry and then to extract the thing that gives you an amplified effect, which is most habit-forming and addictive, and then drive that to market. But then we demonize the whole plant.
But in its natural form, you can't patent it. So you can't make a lot of money. So you need to change it a little bit or extract something out of there. Cannabis grows from the ground. Yes, it's stronger than it used to be back in the 60s because the growers bred it like that. But it's not synthetic. It's just a plant crossed with a plant. It's a natural process. That's why farmers can't make money from it. They have to change it from its natural form, balance. But when they do that, it doesn't work so well.
Well, the internet has caused a great many problems, instant gratification, this kind of thing, but I also think it's solved a great number of problems. And one of the things that it's solved is that the discussions about plants versus isolates, cannabis for one person, maybe not for another, psychedelics, TRT versus steroids. I like to think that we are in a whole new era now where people hopefully are starting to search for information differently. It's
you can find it now at your fingertips, man.
It's great.
When I first was starting to get interested in psychedelics and cannabis, I mean, as I said, I was in Amsterdam, so there's stores there with books in it that I wouldn't normally find even in England. So that's when I had to, like when I started bodybuilding, I had to go out and buy magazines or get a book. It wasn't so easy. Now at your fingertips, you can do anything. Listen to me, go check out that study if you want. I didn't make it, but I can tell you, after 30 years of daily smoking, I went for a fitness evaluation. I was in Brazil a couple of years ago. They said the test biology I should be 38, and my breathing and my heart rate's recovery from exercise is excellent.
Well, no one's doubting your vigor. I promise you that.
Bruce Lee.
I'm similar to your wife in that it's not for me, but I'm like to each their own, right? I got the things that work for me and the things that don't, and I'm open-minded. I have a couple more questions. One is about your wife vis-a-vis training for women. Early on, we were talking about training, and I'll point people to some other references that you put out there about training, but you made it very clear kind of what the beginner versus more advanced stuff is. I want to make sure that we touch on. She's quite the athlete. Do you think women who want to get stronger, maybe just a bit more size here and there, but not overall size, do you think they should train differently, and if so, how?
Differently from men?
Yes.
I don't think so. I mean, the same muscles in the same place, same rules apply. Muscles are not going to grow unless you overload them. It's just going to be limited by the fact that you're female and you don't produce a lot of testosterone, which makes it much more difficult to build muscle. So we just have this nonsense word. I say it's a nonsense word. No, I don't want to get bigger. I want to get toned. All right, but there is no such thing as toned. What you mean is you want to look firmer, right? Yes, it's called building muscle and losing body fat. So your arms might be the same size, but it's a different composition now. It looks leaner, it looks more shapely. It's the same thing. It's bodybuilding. You're building muscle and losing body fat. That's the only way you can change your shape. You can do yoga, you can do Pilates, all these things. It's great for your mobility, your internal musculature. But the only way to really change your physical appearance is resistance training, weight training, whatever you want to call it. Maybe they don't want to call it bodybuilding. Oh no, resistance training, that sounds better, but it's the same bloody thing, you know? You need to build muscle and lose body fat, then you'll look leaner. And don't worry about building too much muscle, unless you're a genetic outlier that's genetically very muscular and maybe higher testosterone levels. The girls that you see in competition, they're all using steroids, all of them. Even the bikini competitions. They had this bikini class for women they introduced years ago, because the idea was the women are getting too big now in other classes. So we'll make this bikini class, which is a fit, you know, young girl that's been trained a little bit, bikini on the beach. They started doing juice and got bigger. I'm like, what are they going to do next? Bikini light? Unfortunately, that's what, you know, when it gets competitive, people start using products. So all those girls you see doing competitions, they're all using steroids. So you're not going to get like that by mistake. You need to build some muscle mass, you change your appearance, and be healthier. Resistance training, just the same as a man. Maybe you want to do extra work on your glutes or something, because that's a big thing for women. Maybe do another exercise there that the man doesn't do, but the same thing applies, right? Stress, adaptation, recovery, adaptation. It's the same principle. It's not voodoo. There's no, you know, there's a whole industry now, right? Online, and simple, easy facts don't sound sexy. So everybody tries to make everything very complicated in order to make the client perceive more value. I got to change the. I was talking to a guy once who's a top trainer. I said, why have you got to change your client's routine every random 4 weeks, 6 weeks, whatever it is you do? I said, it's nonsense. People should do the same exercises that work, right? Don't keep changing it around. You can't even track it. Yeah, I know, but they want it. They like to change it around. I'm like, yeah, maybe it's a good business strategy, but I'm like, just tell people the truth, and it is what it is.
It's much harder to package and sell drive.
Yeah, it's hard work, sweat, push yourself, but there's a beauty in that. There's a beauty in pushing yourself, and, you know, once you overcome something, then you feel more confident and stronger to overcome something again, right? And this bleeds into everything, right? Into your life. Like the gym is a microcosm of your life, right? If you're going to push about in the gym and not push yourself, when it gets tough, you're going to, oh no, screw that, put it down. Probably going to do the same thing in life when things come along that tough, you know? So it's not just a physical thing, it's the mental thing that controls everything. If you become a more resilient, more confident, stronger person, that goes into everything in your life. So there's more to bodybuilding than big muscles and competitions.
And iron your shirts.
Yeah, iron your shirts, lower your cortisol.
Yeah,
I don't even know why I was doing that. I was just
so
doing
cool.
it.
I'm imagining that now. Ironing your own shirts. Tell me about DY Nutrition. I'm not getting paid to ask this. I'm just really curious. You know, where is it? What is it? When
I was bodybuilding, I was competing. I was contracted to work with a weeder company. You know, be that guy in the magazines and hold the product and everything. But I was interested, you know, in supplements. I was always reading nutrition supplements, anything to do with my craft. And I spoke to Joe Weeder and I said, listen, can I work with the guys? And, you know, no, just be the guy. So I was interested in getting involved then because I thought the weeder supplements definitely could be better, right? But he didn't want me involved in that. So through various businesses over the years, I built DY Nutrition, which is my own brand. I was just doing it myself, me and a partner, and doing it ourselves. And over the years, then I found some good partners. And we got to the point now where we have our own pharmaceutical facility in Europe. And we've been hitting the bodybuilding market all over Europe and Middle East. And now we're shifting. We're still going to maintain that, but we're shifting into health, wellness, all the things that we're talking about, and making some real kick-ass product for that market as well. So there's almost like two Dorians, Dorian the bodybuilder and Dorian now who's in his 60s, and being concerned about my own health and longevity and quality of life, and what supplements can you take to help in that area. So we're developing that whole kind of new area that I'm really interested in and really involved in the development of the products and everything like that. And we are, after many years of demand, coming to the US pretty soon. So that's one of the reasons I'm over here, meeting with some people and everything. So look out for us. We'll be in the US soon as well.
Great. So I imagine it's the quote-unquote conventional stuff like whey protein, creatine, glutamine, and but some additional things as well.
Yeah, we got pre-workout, creatine, pre-workout Gold Blood and Guts, and that's the first product we're going to be bringing here to the US.
There'll be a lot more shouting in gyms.
Yeah, I'm working on something special. I don't want to say what it is yet, but something special with the Blood and Guts product, so you get a bit more than a product from myself. We'll wait till that's ready to go.
Cool. Yeah, let us know. Yeah, let us know. Final question, and it's arguably a big one, but feel free to handle it however you want. You've had a very unusual life relative to most humans on the planet. Past.
It's been interesting.
It's been a wild ride, and again, I'm struck by your internal sense that you were destined for something different and great. You're really leaning into it in such a logical way, and also knowing when to rack that and go to the next thing, keeping the best of what was and grabbing the best of what's next, and so forth, as well as maintaining your health. So here's my question: because you did all that, you're doing it now. It's not over, and you also have this experience of psychedelics and consciousness, and you're a thinker. You're thinking.
That's one of the reasons I like to smoke cannabis. Because I just go into thinking, it's like breaks all the boxes.
You and Rogan can do that. Talk about that. And for the rest of us, we end up in a little ball scared that the link is going to.
No worries, happens to a lot of people. Oh, man. My wife says when they're like, she's like, don't do it.
Well, I can't. I don't enter marital disputes, but. So what do you think this is all about, man? Not just for you, but for everyone. I mean, a lot of people look up to you, they look at your story, but it's your insight and your experience that I think is what's so intriguing. What do you think it's all about? I mean, why are we here?
We're God playing hide and seek with itself. We're consciousness, having an experience, being in a physical reality. And we're all the same thing. We appear to be different and separate, and we are. We're having an individual experience, but ultimately we're the same thing, having all these experiences at the same time. If you want to call that God, it's just everything. That's what I got from psychedelics, and we're all on our own journeys in this reality. Maybe to learn things, or maybe to explore what it's like to be in this reality, because consciousness is not physical, it's just consciousness. And I believe it's in everything, in the plants, in the animals, in us. It's all the same thing, having kind of different experiences. And it doesn't end, you know? It's like, we got the TV on, right? TV's on there, we're watching it, we turn it off. Or the TV blows up or whatever. But the energy that was going into the TV is still there somewhere, right? So we are still somewhere, even after this experience finishes. This much I'm pretty sure about. Yeah, that's what I got. And live life to its fullest. Like, you're going to come here and have this opportunity and just stay here and go from here to here and do this. And I never wanted to do that. I felt there's more to life. And there still is. I want adventure, I want experiences. And it's been up and down, and I feel like now, like, I'm the most balanced and most peaceful that I've been. I know my place, and try to enjoy every day and spread love. you know, because that's where we come from. We forgot. Yeah, but it's all, creation is the same as love. It's the same frequency. That's what I get from my experience, and I look forward to every day, and being somewhat of a mentor and a teacher, I guess, at this point. You know, I do these camps like once or twice a year, just like 6 people or something, where I take them through my training methods and in the gym, and we do the theory, and they become certified at the end of the week. So we call it DYHIT training certification. But I said to the guys, I think I'm going to change the name of this thing to the DY experience. Because the training is part of it, but it almost becomes something else by the end of the week, spending so much time together and talking and training together. And I see the people when they're under stress in the gym. I see things about them that I could maybe share and to be helpful. So I feel all the things I've been through is giving me the experience to be able to do that and help and inspire other people. And my own kids and anyone that's around me can benefit from my experiences. I think at this point, that's probably the reason I did it all in the first place. You know, I wanted to be this guy. I wanted to be Mr. Olympia. I wanted to have these trophies. I wanted to make the money and be famous and all that stuff, I suppose. But what was the point of all that? I think I get it now more than ever. Yeah. So I'm feeling in a good place. I feel peaceful. I feel balanced. And that's my role now, I think. You know, just to inspire and help other people from my experiences and my knowledge. I think that's where I'm at now, yeah.
Well, you have certainly inspired me and millions of other people, and you're going to continue to by virtue of your accomplishments, what you've said here today, and everything going forward. I can't express enough gratitude to you. You've really been a leader without realizing it in domains of life that you don't realize. For, you know, like a guy who's plugging away in the lab, also liked working out, who didn't become an athlete or a bodybuilder, but really loved fitness. Like, I'm just one example of millions of people who have been truly inspired by you, shaped and changed millions
really
of lives.
Man, I really appreciate it.
Well, it's real.
To me,
it's real. And when I saw that you were into some of the same music and that you like Blondie and and Bulldogs.
I met her.
Did you really?
Oh yeah. You know, it was 1990 in New York. I met her in the gym there, and man, I didn't have a fucking camera.
Man, she's amazing. I remember as a kid, and I was like, man, some guys like the swimsuit models. I'm like,
nah, she was punk.
I'm like, Blondie is it. So just, there are these points of convergence that one feels. And again, I'm saying this for me, but millions of people feel. They go, oh, Bulldog or Blondie or whatever it is, that you like the hack squat, not the Smith rack at a certain stage of your career. I guess you like both. But, these things matter in ways that most people never get the opportunity to say directly to you. And thank you. So on behalf of all of them,
thanks.
Thank you. And also just on behalf of myself. This has been awesome. And I'm super grateful that we did it. And I'm excited to train tomorrow.
Oh, we're going to get asked tomorrow, man.
Yeah, I'm 1% scared of 99% fight.
Don't worry, you'll be alive. I told the guy once they were filming me, so it came out. I was like, just fucking get on this leg press and do this and bring it down under control and press it up and just fucking do that till I tell you to stop, yeah? I said, listen, you're not going to die. But if you do, you won't know about it, so don't worry. Let's go. Awesome. Let's see how it goes tomorrow.
See your goals tomorrow. Thank you for joining me for today's discussion with Dorian Yates. To learn more about Dorian and what he's doing now, please see the links in the show note captions. Also linked in the show note caption is the video of the high-intensity, low-volume workout that Dorian took me and my producer Rob through at Gold's Gym Venice. We trained back, it was brutal, and it was awesome. If you're learning from and or enjoying this podcast, please subscribe to our YouTube channel. That's a terrific zero-cost way to support us. In addition, please follow the podcast by clicking the follow button on both Spotify and Apple. And on both Spotify and Apple, you can leave us up to a 5-star review. And you can now leave us comments at both Spotify and Apple. Please also check out the sponsors mentioned at the beginning and throughout today's episode. That's the best way to support this podcast. If you have questions for me or comments about the podcast, or guests or topics that you'd like me to consider for the Huberman Lab podcast, please put those in the comment section on YouTube. I do read all the comments. For those of you that haven't heard, I have a new book coming out. It's my very first book. It's entitled Protocols, an operating manual for the human body. This is a book that I've been working on for more than 5 years, and it's based on more than 30 years of research and experience. And it covers protocols for everything from sleep to exercise to stress control, protocols related to focus and motivation, and of course, I provide the scientific substantiation for the protocols that are included. The book is now available by pre-sale at protocolsbook.com, and you can find links to various vendors. You can pick the one that you like best. Again, the book is called Protocols, an operating manual for the human body. And if you're not already following me on social media, I am Huberman Lab on all social media platforms. So that's Instagram, X, Threads, Facebook, and LinkedIn. And on all those platforms, I discuss science and science-related tools, some of which overlaps with the content of the Huberman Lab podcast, but much of which is distinct from the information on the Huberman Lab podcast. Again, it's Huberman Lab on all social media platforms. And if you haven't already subscribed to our Neural Network newsletter, the Neural Network newsletter is a zero-cost monthly newsletter that includes podcast summaries as well as what we call protocols in the form of 1 to 3 page PDFs that cover everything from how to optimize your sleep, how to optimize dopamine, deliberate cold exposure. We have a foundational fitness protocol that covers cardiovascular training and resistance training. All of that is available completely zero cost. You simply go to hubermanlab.com, go to the menu tab in the top right corner, scroll down to newsletter, and enter your email. And I should emphasize that we do not share your email with anybody. Thank you once again for joining me for today's discussion with Dorian Yates. And last but certainly not least, thank you for your interest in science.
Push the sucker right up close. 3, 2, 1. And we're live. What's happening, man? How are you?
I'm cool, man. Up there in LA.
It's nice to meet you in person. I've seen you in magazines.
Yep.
I've seen you since, man, like when did you first burst onto the bodybuilding scene? What year was that?
I was reminiscing today. First time I came out here was 1990 to Gold's Gym. So I came from UK to do my first professional bodybuilding contest. It was called Night of Champions in New York. And I got second place there and made a real big impact. And the Weeder company that used to be based out here with the Flex magazine and Muscle Fitness.
Right down the streets.
They used to be, I don't think they are
No,
anymore.
it's all closed down. The fence around and everything, but that's less than a mile away from here.
Yeah, the Weeder offices are out there, and Weeder was a big name in bodybuilding, the magazines and everything. So they flew me out here, did my first photo shoot at Gold's Gym, 1990. So yeah, 27 years ago.
Man, I remember watching you in those magazines. You were the first guy. Well, you weren't the first guy, but you were one of the first guys that I ever saw in a magazine that I was like, gee, how the fuck is that a person? You were so big, man.
Well,
Jesus Christ, you were big.
That's funny because I look back at some pictures now of me and I say, what the fuck?
Well, you were going for
it's
it.
extreme. It's and I came into the sport and I wanted to see what I could do. I wanted to take it as far as I could take it,
Well, you represented to me as an outsider looking in this insane determination. I felt like all the best guys, whether it was Arnold or you or Lee Haney, all the top guys, they always represented not just like the biggest and the most profoundly, ridiculously muscular bodybuilders, but also this extreme dedication that was required to reach that level.
Well, you've been around with martial arts and everything. Any kind of sport is the same thing. What separates the guy that's first from second, from third, or whatever? You all got certain physical characteristics that help you in your sport and so on. So you're all gifted up there. So what can separate the guy from first and second and third? It's all up there. That's the key.
How did you develop your mindset? Was it something that you always had? Was it something that you developed as you were training?
I think it's something I already had, and I kind kind of left home when I was 16, so I was out on my own on the street, and you're either going to get smart and look after yourself, or you're going to fall down. There's nobody there to catch me. So that was there from an early age, I think, and I was just very determined to do this thing that I felt I could be good at in order to change my life and change the projection of my life, the people around me. I was grew up on a housing estate in the UK. I had no education. I was in a jail when I was 18, so I had all that. That was the people around me. I was like, I didn't want part of that future. I wanted to do something else, and I got this thing that I was good at, so I'm going to take it and run.
It's crazy how many people have so much like that, where they were in this terrible environment and they realized that they had to toughen up, they had to smarten up, and they had to get out of there. And if not for those terrible situations, who knows if they would have ever reached the levels of greatness that they did.
I can tell you from my point of view, I don't think I would have done, because I would be too comfortable. Right. If you're comfortable, you're not going to put yourself through that extreme kind of pressure and pain. And I wanted to improve my life, change my life, and through the sport, here I am, sitting talking to you on the show. People are listening to me. I've been all around the world thanks to my sport, so it's been great for me.
When you meet current bodybuilders, are they like, hey man, what the fuck? How come you're not a gigantic, huge Mr. Hulk anymore? You're a regular sized, athletic looking dude.
Yeah, not really. Maybe some of the younger guys that are coming into this now, but people know me. I was a professional bodybuilder. That's what I did, and I was the best at doing that. But that kind of training and that kind of physique is not going to serve me now. Right. So I do training to be more functional. My goals are more health related now. Whereas before I was a young guy and I wanted to be the best at this thing I was doing. I put everything into that. But that kind of physique's not practical for everyday usage. I didn't know how to tie my shoelaces when I was 300 pounds.
Oh, I'm sure, man. And how tall are you? 5'10"?
5'11".
5'11". So like when you were that big, you were just a ball of muscle, just a mass.
Yeah, and
300 pounds.
I was 300, 310 in off season.
Jesus Christ.
Competing 265. I mean 265. Lean as fuck, dehydrated, shredded. So yeah,
God.
That's all I did. That was all I did. I trained, I ate, I sleep, I studied. That's just all my mental focus was like lasered on that thing I was doing. Nothing else. I wouldn't go to the movies. I wouldn't go to dinner if I got home after 11 because I got to be in bed at 11. Wow. That was a regime that I lived for many years, and that's why I was able to beat other people that maybe could be argued they were more gifted than me, but they weren't willing to do that. So that's what it's all about.
Yeah, that's what I'd always read about you, and that's what I did. Like I said, that was like the impression that I always got. Like what you represented is the pinnacle of extreme dedication.
Yeah, and study. We had no internet then. Everybody's got coaches now and nutritionists. The thing that appealed to me is this was an individual thing. I had to learn about training, had to learn about nutrition, had to learn all this stuff myself, and that was apart from the training. That was part of it as well. The learning part of it I enjoyed.
Was it hard to get good information? Because I'm sure there's a bunch of like gym experts. There's always these bro science guys that are hanging around giving you shitty advice. Like how hard was it to get the proper information when it comes to training?
I kind of sifted through it, and was very influenced by a guy called Arthur Jones. I don't know if you've heard of him, but Arthur Jones invented the Nautilus machines, and this guy was like a billionaire, self-made billionaire. He just was fascinated with bodybuilding, but had no business interest in it. So he just wanted to, he studied it and was like, what is it that causes muscle growth? What is it? And he found it was the intensity of exercise. And then there was another bodybuilder, Mike Menso, who went to compete in Mr. Olympia, won the Mr. Universe. He took those principles and he used them. So I read all this stuff and it was very logical. It made sense. And then I tried it out in the gym. And it worked in the gym. And if I trained more often, or if I did more in the gym, my progress would slow down or it would stop. As soon as I cut back and I made the workout shorter and more intense, my progress went. So for me, it was pretty early on. I learned how to train properly, and that's why I was competing. I competed in a world championship after 18 months training, which is pretty much unheard of.
That is pretty much unheard of. Now, when you say shorter, more intense workouts, how did you regulate that? That's a huge issue with martial artists is overtraining. They want to do more work than everybody else. They want to work harder than everybody else, and they wind up breaking their body down and showing up for the fight exhausted.
Overtraining is a big thing, yeah. And if you see the process for muscle growth is you go in the gym and you put stress on the muscle. If you put stress that it's not used to, then it's going to react. You're going to get growth, but you need to recover from that first. You don't go to the gym and grow and then recover later. That's not the way it works. You go. If you give your body some stress it's not used to, you'll get a reaction. But before you get the reaction, you have to recover. So if you're not allowing enough time to recover, I use this analogy at seminars I do. It's very simplistic, but it gets the point across. If you get a bit of sandpaper and you rub it across the palm of your hand and it's kind of bloody, if you leave it and let it heal up, what's going to happen? The skin's going to develop back a little bit stronger, a little bit thicker than before because you want to protect against that stress. So that's the process. But if you go and you make your hand bloody, and before it's healed up again, you go and rub it again, what's happening? You're not really getting anywhere, just going to have a bloody hand.
You think you're being tough, but you're actually just being silly.
Yeah, and it's why are you going to the gym? Right. I'm going to the gym to get results, so I'm going to do whatever it takes to get results. And if it means training 30 minutes once a week, or it means training 10 hours a day every day, whatever it takes, I was willing to do it, and I would have done it. But training 10 hours a day is not going to build your muscles; it's going to burn out. So I was doing average 45, 50-minute workouts, probably 4 times a week.
Really? That's it.
That was it. And everybody say, "Oh, that's it." I write on a piece of paper. What the fuck is that? That's nothing, man. I'm like, okay, well, come and do it. Come and do it, and tell me if you want to do more when we're finished. And nobody has ever said, "Oh, please come and do some more." They're like, "No, that's it. That's enough." Because every set, bar the warm-up sets, you got to warm up, to be safe and everything. But the real sets, I call them, we're going to go to absolute failure and even beyond with force reps, with assistance reps, maybe extra negative reps, which is something most people neglect when they lift weights. They think, I've lifted it. All right, boom, let it go down. I've lifted it. But they're neglecting the lowering part of the weight, the negative. So I get people to really slow that down, so you're taxing that part as well. And even at the end of the set, on some exercises with machines where it's practical, so you can't curl anymore physically on the positive, on the contraction, but your strength on the lowering is greater. So if you did curls and you failed, I could lift the weight to the top for you, and you could lower it down for probably another 3 reps. So if you just gone to failure here, you wouldn't have exhausted the negative part of the rep. So my thing is exhaust everything. It's totally fucked. You can't lift, you can't lower it, you can't lift it. It's total failure. If you do that once on an exercise, then time to move on to another exercise.
How did you develop your protocol? Just trial and error?
Trial and error, and I didn't invent the system of training. As I said, people there before me, Arthur Jones, Mike Menso, I just took what they did and refined it a little bit more for a competitive bodybuilder, because Arthur Jones was a competitive bodybuilder, the people he trained weren't, so his routines were even briefer than mine. But for a bodybuilder, you got to work beside Dell, you got to work different aspects. So I probably did a little bit more than they did, so I adapted it to myself and my needs.
Now, when you were at your height, when you're 265 pounds shredded and dehydrated, and then 310 pounds in the off season, you must be like used to looking at yourself like that. Like, was it hard to adapt to being? I mean, you're still obviously a very fit guy, but you're a normal size. Like, if I saw you, I'd be like, there's a normal fit guy.
Yeah, that's what I want to be now. I'm not training for bodybuilding because it's not what I want to do now. Plus, I got a lot of injuries from all the super heavy weights I did. I got a torn rotator cuff, which is not. I had a couple of surgeries on that. It doesn't repair. So, I was trying to lift weights and continue to do what I do because that's what I'm used to doing, right? And when you're familiar with doing something, you're reluctant to change to something else. But I noticed, that my shoulders getting a bit worse, my hips are getting, I'm like, hold on, is this serving me now? Why am I doing this? Am I doing this just to try and maintain something for other people, what they think I should look like?
Right.
And I kind of came to the conclusion, yeah, you are, because you're not a bodybuilder anymore. You're not competing.
Right.
So if doing this kind of training is not really benefiting you and maybe making your injuries worse, when you're 60 or something, you're not going to be able to lift your arms up or something like that. So I'm thinking more practically, and I started doing yoga, and I really fell in love with that.
It's amazing, isn't it?
Yeah, it's amazing. Physically, it's amazing. I got much more range of motion, mobility, and then you got the spiritual aspect of it as well. So Actually, I was inspired to do yoga from a DMT trip. I did a DMT trip and I came back and I was like, my body's all fucked up. This ain't right. Like, I got to fix some stuff here. What should I do? And I vaguely knew what yoga was, but I didn't really know what it was. And I got to do something. I got to do yoga or Tai Chi. I don't know what it is, but started looking into it and then found a yoga teacher and I do that a couple times a week. I find it's great.
Every time I do it, I just think I should do more.
I did it this morning and I got up this morning, did a yoga class at 8 o'clock, Gold's Gym, and on an empty stomach, just had some water and some tea, and I fucking feel amazing all day from that.
Well, to me, it feels like it connects everything. It connects all the tissue from the back to the legs to the arms, like the neck and the core. It strengthens all the connecting stuff. And
and you get an energy flow is going around. And that's the thing with bodybuilding. Because bodybuilding, you're isolating the muscles, right? So you're isolating the bicep, you're isolating the tricep, you're isolating the deltoids, and putting stress on those muscles to maximize the muscle size of those individual muscles,
right?
Which is great for bodybuilding, but your body doesn't function like that,
Right.
If you throw something, you throw a punch, or you don't use one muscle. You use it's a chain effect. Your whole body works together. And bodybuilding, you don't really do that. You don't learn to do that. So that's what I've had to relearn,
So when you exercise today, like what kind of stuff do you do besides yoga?
I do yoga. Do some cycling. I live in Spain. We've got some good hills there, so I like to push, man. I can't push the weights anymore. I can't get in that zone, because of my injuries. So I got to do something else. Yoga is a challenge, and it continue to be like if I do that until I'm dropped down dead, 80 years old. There's always more that I can do. You can always do a bit more range or a bit more difficult pose. So there's no ceiling there, With the bodybuilding, I've already been on the ceiling. I do cycling a couple of times a week up and down the hills. So that's like, it's almost like intervals. Because you do a hill, it's intense, and then you go flat, and it's a bit easier. So I enjoy doing that.
What made you move to Spain?
Well, I lived in the UK, and I started visiting Spain because in Marbella in Spain, the south coast of Spain, got a very big British community there. And the weather is amazing. It's like LA. Marbella is like, for me, it reminds me a lot of LA, but a mini LA without all the bullshit and the traffic and the crime and all that kind of stuff,
Right, okay.
So that's why I moved there.
That's nice. Now, have you ever looked at anything for your shoulder, like stem cells or things like that?
No, I had, there's a new surgery now because what happened, I tore my supraspinatus a couple of times, and because the end was badly frayed, they had to chop off the end. So now it doesn't really bridge the gap to the humerus, so it needs a bridge. And apparently there's a new surgery that they can make a bridge now. But I went to see a surgeon, and he's like, okay, what's 3 issues here? Pain? Do you have pain? I'm like, no. Not really. Have range of motion. Actually, I got more range than the other shoulder. It's a bit loose. So the only issue with mine is strength and stability. And he wasn't able to give me 100% on whether the surgery would do that for me. And I've had about 6 surgeries. I had a tendon reattachment here, about 3 on the shoulder, I had some on the hips. And I'm like, you know what? Unless you're going to tell me 100% that going through the inconvenience and pain of the surgery is going to give me what I need, then I'm not going to do it. I'm just going to cope with this. And I can't bench press, but so what? Like, it doesn't really matter that much to me.
Can you do push-ups or just
I can do some push-ups, but probably like 10, where before I do like 100 or something. So it's very weak and unstable. So yeah, sure. If I had a surgeon that says to me, listen, man, we're going to do this, and I guarantee your shoulder's going to be stronger and more stable after it, because you got to sit with you in a sling for like 6 to 8 weeks. You can't shower properly, you can't dress, and all this stuff. So for me to go through that again, I would have to have like, this is definitely going to help. Then I would consider it. Until then, I live with it.
They're doing some pretty amazing stuff now with stem cells.
Yeah, they can
stem
make growth and tendon tissue. So
yeah, they can do a lot of soft tissue regeneration. They're also doing it now. The most recent thing, they're combining stem cells with platelet-rich plasma. They're doing it together, and they found that by doing the stem cells and the PRP together, it helped generate new tissue growth better.
Yeah, I know my wife had a knee surgery and she had the PRP, and the recovery was real quick. So.
Yeah, it's nice. She had meniscus, is that what it was?
Yeah. So yeah, if there's any surgeons out there that know how to repair Dorian's shortened supraspinatus, let me know, man.
Now, is your situation very similar to what a lot of bodybuilders face after they retire? There's so much stress and strain on the joints and the back. And
yeah, well, Ronnie Coleman, who was Mr. Olympia after me, and
he's serious
super strong. Yeah, he did a lot of really heavy squatting. Also, when he was getting ready for a bodybuilding competition, basically doing powerlifting, which is probably not a good idea. So Ronnie has a lot of problems with his discs in his back, and I'm not sure of all the details, but I know he's had a lot of fusions, so his mobility and so on is going to be very limited.
More than one fusion?
Yeah, several. So he can't really turn his neck and his back too good, and he's had both his hips replaced.
Oh, Jesus Christ. He's a young guy, too. How old is Ronnie?
Ronnie's 36? No, Ronnie's like almost my age. He's probably early 50s.
Is he?
Yeah.
Why do I think he's younger than that?
He's retired now.
Maybe I'm thinking 36 instead of 36.
But we both were known to be very strong. Ronnie even more so than myself, because he did powerlifting before. So we moved some heavy weights, and any sport, man, you're going to have some consequences.
Yeah, no
if you run, if you fight, and play football, whatever, anything has its its downside. But all things considering, I think I'm doing pretty good. I'm healthy, and I got a dicky shoulder, so big deal. It's okay.
Yeah, I'm telling you, man, just hang in there. They're on the way to figuring something out for that.
Yeah, that's almost what I'm thinking. I'm thinking like, don't do anything now, because in a few years' time there'll be something that can really do the job. So yeah, I'll wait until then.
Yeah, the last thing you want to do is get something like, I always tell that to my friends that are thinking about getting discs fused. I'm like, they're so close. They're now shooting stem cells into the discs directly and regenerating disc tissue, the same way they've been regenerating meniscus tissue and tendon tissue and things along those lines.
I met a guy that trained out here many years ago in LA, and he told me they were, and I've seen before and after X-rays of joints, that the joints destroyed, but no cartilage. So you're looking at replacement, and these guys have actually regenerated the tissue back. But it's quite a lengthy process of traction, like hanging upside down, and hours of ultrasound, just to push a ton of blood into that area, blood supply, and then can heal it up. You can actually regrow cartilage tissue, but it's not quick. It's not on the protocol of the medical association. So they basically push these guys out of business with lawsuits.
Well, there's a doctor that we talked about on the podcast before that recommends hanging from bars for your shoulders. It's one of the best things ever to alleviate pain and also to increase range of motion and reduce impingements.
Well, I have to get in touch with this guy.
Yeah, well,
I have for my feet, for my back, I got an inversion table, and I do that a couple times a week just to keep the mobility there. I know one of my discs, L5, is a little bit worn, but I don't do squats or heavy overhead stuff, so I think it's going to be okay. But yeah, still, it's all about prevention. Man.
Have you heard of the reverse hyper machine? Have you seen that thing? No? We have one in the back. I'll show it to you. But it's a creation of Westside Barbell. Louis Simmons,
that
crazy bastard.
Yeah.
Louis Simmons created this machine that when you lift your legs up, it strengthens the back, and on the down, when it swings down, it's active decompression.
Okay. Yeah.
It's phenomenal for disc issues. It's like active decompression plus strengthening together. I have one back here. I love it so much. Yeah, there it is like this. You can see it up here. We've talked about this so many times. People think this guy's like hired me to endorse his product, but it's an amazing product.
See how that is? Yeah, it's a reverse of the hyperextension.
Play it so he can explain it, James. You can hear it.
The range of motion at the top. Squeeze the glutes. Good. Squeeze, control, release. Squeeze, control, release.
Doors.
Drops on the way down. Full flexion and
Sitting.
fine. This will absolutely help cure opposing disc. This is traction. It's motion traction.
I need to get one of those for my wife. She got a disc, bulging disc.
Well, your wife looks very fit, so I'm sure she does a lot of lifting as well.
Absolutely, and she was a world champion as well in her field, you know.
It's so common for anybody that puts in
Shoulder, so
they're doing it together, and they found that by doing the stem cells and the PRP together, it helps generate new tissue growth better.
yeah, I know my wife had a knee surgery and she had the PRP, and the recovery was real quick. So
Yeah, it's nice. She had meniscus, is that what it was?
yeah. So yeah, if there's any surgeons out there that know how to repair Dorian's short and supraspinatus, let me know, man.
Now, is your situation very similar to what a lot of bodybuilders face after they retire? There's so much stress and strain on the joints and the back, and
Yeah, well, Ronnie Coleman, who was Mr. Olympia after me, and
He's
known
had
to
a
be
serious back
super strong.
surgery,
Yeah, he did a lot of really heavy squatting. Also, when he was getting ready for a bodybuilding competition, basically doing powerlifting, which is probably not a good idea. So Ronnie has a lot of problems with his discs in his back, and you know, I'm not sure of all the details, but I know he's had a lot of fusions, so his mobility and so on is going to be very limited.
more than one fusion.
Yeah, several. So he can't really turn his neck and his back too good, and he's had both his hips replaced.
Oh, Jesus Christ. He's a young guy, too. How old is Ron? Is he 36?
No, Ronnie's like almost my age. He's probably early 50s.
Is he?
Yeah.
Why do I think he's younger than that?
Well, he's
maybe
retired now.
I'm thinking 36. Should have said 46. 36.
But you know, we both were known to be very strong. Ronnie even more so than myself because he did powerlifting before. So we moved some heavy weights, and you know, any sport, man, you're going to have some consequences.
Yeah, no
if
doubt.
you run, if you fight, and play football, whatever, anything has its its downside. But all things considering, I think I'm doing pretty good. I'm healthy, and you know, I got a dicky shoulder, so big deal. It's okay.
Yeah, I'm telling you, man, just hang in there. They're on the way to figuring something out for that.
Yeah, that's almost what I'm thinking. I'm thinking like, don't do anything now because in a few years' time, there'll be something that can really do the job. So
Yeah.
I'll wait until then.
Yeah, the last thing you want to do is get something like I always tell that to my friends when they get discs fused. I'm like, you know, they're so close. They're now shooting stem cells into the discs directly and regenerating disc tissue the same way they've been regenerating meniscus tissue and tendon tissue and things along those
I
lines.
met a guy that trained out here many years ago in LA, and he told me they were, and I've seen before and after X-rays of joints, that the joints destroyed, you got no cartilage, so you're looking at replacement. And these guys have actually regenerated the tissue back, but it's quite a lengthy process of traction, like hanging upside down, and hours of ultrasound, just to push a ton of blood into that area, blood supply, and then you can heal it up. You can actually regrow cartilage tissue, but it's not
quick.
It's not in the protocol of the medical association, so they basically push these guys out of business with lawsuits.
Well, you know, there's a doctor that we talked about on the podcast before that recommends hanging from bars for your shoulders. That's one of the best things ever to alleviate pain and also to increase range of motion and reduce impingements.
All right, well, I have to get in touch with this guy.
Yeah, well, there's
I hang from my
actually
feet, from my back. I got the inversion table, and I do that a couple of times a week just to keep the mobility there. I know one of my discs L5 is a little bit worn, but I don't do squats or heavy overhead stuff, so I think it's going to be okay. But yeah, still, it's all about prevention, man.
Have you heard of the reverse hyper machine? Have you seen that?
No.
No? We have one in the back. I'll show it to you. But it's a creation of West Side Barbell. You know Louis Simmons?
Yeah, I've heard
that
of him,
crazy
yeah.
bastard?
Yeah.
Louis Simmons created this machine that when you lift your legs up, it strengthens the back, and on the down, when it swings down, it's active decompression.
Okay, yeah.
It's phenomenal for disc issues. It's like active decompression plus strengthening together. I have one back here. I love it so much.
Sounds great. Let's have a
Yeah,
look
there
at
it is
that
like this. You can see it up here. We've talked about this so many times. People think this guy's like hired me to endorse his product, but it's an amazing product.
See how that is? Yeah, it's the reverse of the
Yeah.
hyperextension.
Play it
almost.
so he can explain it, James. You can hear
There's
it.
the range of motion at the top. Squeeze the glutes. Good. Squeeze, control, release. Squeeze, control, release. She drops her hips, raises her on the way up, drops on the way down. Full flexion and extension is fine. This will absolutely help cure a bulging disc. This is traction. It's motion traction.
I need to get one of those for my wife. She got a disc, bulging disc.
Well, your wife is very fit, so I'm sure she does a lot of lifting as well.
Absolutely, yeah. She
Yes.
was a world champion as well in her field,
It's so common for anybody that puts any strain in their body. The disc
Usually the
pops out.
L5, L4 area on the bottom of the spine.
Yeah. One of the things about bodybuilding is that in isolation, when you're constantly isolating these things, does that run the risk of like weakening certain areas? Like, you have to be, I would imagine, very cognizant about balancing everything out.
I think like with bodybuilders, the shoulder injury is the most common because you've got the rotator cuff, which is small muscles and tendons, which gives you the mobility. That's why you can move around rather than being a hinge. So what happens is, your pecs are getting stronger, your delts, your lats, all these external muscles are getting bigger and stronger, but these guys inside are not. So eventually they get overloaded and you get some kind of issue there, some kind of tear. So when I'm training people now, I give them rotation exercises just to strengthen those areas so they can avoid that. But hey man, I started training in the 80s, we didn't know anything. And when I got an injury, and I live in England as well, there's no sports medicine doctors dealing with strength athletes or so on. So I just go to your doctor and he's like, how do you do that? Lifting weights? Stop doing that shit. Why are you lifting weights? Take these pills and that's it. So now we have much more information, much more sports therapists and so on. So there's a lot more things available now and a lot more knowledge and information that we didn't really have back then.
Yeah.
So that's the main thing. You neglect some of the smaller supporting muscles, I think, when you're doing major bodybuilding exercises.
Do guys now address that? Do they do like a lot of rotation exercises? A lot of
I see it
rotator
more in the
cuff
gym
stuff?
than if you did that back in the 80s, people are like, what are you doing there?
Right.
A little weight,
Waste
like,
time,
do
yeah.
some, lift some weights. But I see people doing it now and with the bands and everything. So yeah, people doing more preventive stuff.
It's fascinating because there's guys like Arnold who are like kind of the original pioneers, and then guys like you who came after him, but you were still, again, pre-internet, figuring things out on your own, learning from the guys that came before you, but taking it to another level.
That was the beauty of it for me. I never really liked team sports because I just feel like this asshole's letting me down here, and I felt like that through my life as well. I felt like my parents didn't really, like everyone's fucking letting me down. Fuck this, I'll do this myself. And so I got to learn about the nutrition, I got to learn about the training, I got to do it, I got to pull it all into action. And of course I had people like supporting me, but when I got on that stage, it was win or lose, I'm taking full responsibility for this. And we don't really have that now. And the guys don't learn anything because they got coaches. So what should I do, boss? I do this, do that, and eat this and eat that. Okay. And the beauty of it's gone. You're not learning anything anymore. And what if you fall out with the coach? Like, what are you going to do next contest?
So is that like a big thing now? Like there's like a series of coaches? Is it like
It's a
MMA
huge thing.
camps?
It's a huge thing. And it's like, I don't know, I think the guys are suckers because who's making the money here? The coaches. The coaches are making the money, not the competitors. The coaches are smart. And I look at the coaches and I say, who the fuck are you and what have you done? Which contest have you actually won? And most of them haven't done anything. It's just all theory. So
So are they exercise physiologists? Like,
no, they're just guys from the industry that, they've trained a few people and they got a few results. And it's more about for me, it's all more about the insecurity of the guys competing. Like, why don't you learn yourself and listen to your body? And I used to make notes, every week I'd write down my diet. I'd write down every single workout that I ever did from 1984 to 1997. I have in a training log.
You should sell that.
Print it. Maybe, yeah.
Print it in the book.
It's all these little exercise books, and like you can see the first one when I'm like 21 years old is a bit childish with the comments. But it's like, I felt shit today. This was a shitty workout. Never fucking let this happen again. All this stuff I'm talking to myself. So I get all this, and I go back and look at it sometimes, and it's weird because I can go back to 1988 and I can look at my book and I look at that workout and I was like, I was in this gym, I was training with this guy, and I can even remember like what I was wearing, and I can go back in time and remember the workout.
Just from those notes.
Yeah, like every workout, as soon as I got home and I finished, I was like, okay, bench press, I did this, and every month I would make notes and I'd say, okay, this is what I'm doing now. These are my goals for the next 4 weeks. You know, whatever, like little goals. Like I'm gonna put 5 pounds on my bench press, but if you do that every month, then at the end of the month, at the end of the year, you got 60 pounds, right? So I did all these things like, you know, mental rehearsal, visualization, all this stuff I did. I kind of learned it. Nobody taught me. So that was one of the things, goal setting, and writing it down on a piece of paper. And you can do this with anything, your business, whatever. You're writing it down on a piece of paper. You make a commitment. It's fucking there on a piece of paper. Every day you can look at that, and it just gives you a stronger mental vision. And instead of saying, right, I'm going to win this contest in 18 months' time. Yeah, that's cool. You're going to win that contest. How are you going to get there? It's like saying, I'm going to sail to Australia. Yeah, it's a good idea. That's cool. But how are you going to get there? You've got a plan. You've got a map. Like, fuck, you're going to go with no map. You're just going to get lost, you know? So I found that very helpful. That's what I try to teach people as well, you know?
Yeah, I think writing down goals is huge, and it's something that most people don't do.
Yeah, I still do it now, like a daily thing. This is what I got to do today. Sometimes I won't get through it all, but, you know, at least it's there. I might put a couple of things off for tomorrow, but I find it very, very helpful, yeah. And once you've written it down, like, you know, like let's say, I don't know, you want to stop drinking or something. Write it down. I'm going to stop drinking alcohol. Sign it. You fucking put it there on the table.
Don't just have
you
it
said that, man.
Yeah.
You said it. You said it. You made the commitment. You put it on paper. So you're gonna let yourself down. You're gonna be a pussy. You're gonna be weak. And you're gonna break that. You made that commitment, man.
Right.
You know it's there on a piece of paper. So that's strong.
Well, especially for the type of person like you, a dedicated, focused guy, like something like that is just extra motivation and like a, you know, it's a scaffolding.
Yeah, exactly. It's there. It's solid. You know, something I just say it casually. I fucking committed to this. I wrote it down. You know.
Yeah, I'm a firm believer. I think you should at least for a week. You know, at least for your week, set it out and have a little checkbox next to it. Make sure you can look at that. Like I did this. I got my workouts in. I got my whatever you need to get done. Whatever you're trying to slack off.
There's 5 things to do there. I did 4 of them. I didn't do the 5th one because I smoked a joint.
4 out of 5.
Yeah, it's not bad. 4 out of 5. I reward myself.
If you do write things down though, you'll just get more done. Even if you don't fulfill the entire list, you'll get more done.
You're gonna get more done than if you didn't do it. It's having a plan, man. Everything needs a plan. If you want to get somewhere, I use that analogy. If you want to get somewhere, if you're a captain on a ship, you don't just get on a ship and say, oh, let's go sailing and we're gonna get there. No, you're probably not. You need a route to get there.
Yeah.
And you need to know what it takes to get there. Oh, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do this fight competition. Yeah, cool. But do you know what it takes to get there? Right? First of all, this is what it takes. Okay, are you prepared to do this? Are you going to do this? Yes or no? And if it's yes, go for it. If it's too much, be honest. Just don't fucking do it. You know?
There was a time when you were at the top of the heap where there was debate as to like what a bodybuilder should look like. There was like the Frank Zane look, which was like a strong, obviously fit guy, but much smaller and just symmetrical. And then there was you that just came out with the fucking Hulk, you know, and then it was almost like overwhelming for a lot of people. And then there was this debate to try to figure out.
Absolutely.
Because when I look at a bunch of bodybuilders on a stage and they're trying to pick out who's number 1, who's number 2, I'm like, I mean, I always assume that it's like a lot of other things. Like the deeper you are into it, the more you can see the intricacies of it. Whereas for me, a person who's not a bodybuilder, I'm like, they're all fucking huge. How can you tell who's the best?
Well, it's a matter of, you know, it's bodybuilding, right?
Yeah.
So it's muscle size is a big factor. It's not the only factor, but it is a big factor. If you look at the Mr. Olympus, for instance, in the era of Frank Zane, and Frank Zane is a body that probably most people would look at and say, fucking hell, that's it, that's great. You know, probably look at me and say, it's too extreme. But in the era of Frank Zane, who was Mr. Olympia? Was Arnold.
Right.
Arnold was Mr. Olympia. You could argue that Frank Zane's body is more aesthetic and nicer and prettier than Arnold's, but Arnold beats him. Why? He just was bigger.
More freakishly
Yeah,
impressive.
he's bigger. And Lee Haney was 8 times Mr. Olympia. You could argue maybe Lila Prada or somebody like that was better proportion put together, but he was much smaller. So, you know.
Frank Zane looks like a guy you would see at the gym today, like a regular dude. There's a lot of regular dudes.
Yeah, there's a category now. So you got bodybuilding, but you've got other categories now that you didn't have. So you've got men's physique, which is more of this type of physique they're looking for, very aesthetic, tight waist, everything like that. And you've even got classic bodybuilding now, which is height over weight ratio. So you know the guys are not that big. So you've got different categories as a reaction to people not really liking the direction that bodybuilding went in. And I take responsibility for going the size route. And I had a nice physique when I started. You know, I had a nice physique, I had nice abs and everything. But I'm like, if I'm going to do this, I'm going to do this to the max. I'm going to see how far, you know, how big can I get? How ripped can I get? How strong can I get? I want to go to the max. And I don't want people to say, oh, that's a nice, pretty physique. I want people to say, what the fuck is that? Yeah? That's what I wanted to do.
Well, you succeeded in that. You definitely succeeded in that.
Yeah, the guy that inspired me before that was Tom Platz. I don't know if you know Tom Platz with the fucking freaky legs. And, you know, he was the guy when I started. He wasn't Mr. Olympia, but he was very inspirational. And when he talked, it was just full of energy and enthusiasm for the training and pushing the body to its absolute maximum. And I remember Tom Platz saying, you know, when I walk out on stage at a bodybuilding competition, I want to see those judges there with a pencil and the paper, and I just wanted to fucking drop that pencil and just say, what the fuck is that? You know?
His legs were so big. His legs were so freakishly big. Like that guy had like.
Nobody has really surpassed Tom Platz's leg development, I don't think, to this day, it's fair to say.
Now, is that just, it's weird because it's very rare that someone's known very specifically for a body part. The way Platz is known for his legs.
But Platz made a whole career on the legs, and not only legs, this passion he had for like pushing himself into the gym to the absolute maximum, and that inspired me to do that and try and take it even further. And that now is missing. That's not here anymore. Now, for me, the bodybuilding and the fitness industry, people are just really more concerned with the cosmetic, the look, and you know, taking their pictures and putting them on Instagram and all this kind of stuff. They're not really into. It's almost a spiritual side of it, you know, where you want to push yourself to that maximum and see how far you can go and how far your mind can go into the pain and all that kind of stuff. That's not really there anymore.
What's missing? Like, what's the element that's missing? Like, why isn't that there?
I don't know, man. I mean, because it's just a reflection of society in general. People just want stuff like, you know, they want stuff easy now. You know, everyone wants to be famous. Put the picture on Instagram. You don't need to do shit. Just be famous. Go on Big Brother. Be famous for nothing. You've done nothing. Yeah, I don't know. I think that's a reflection of the way things are, perhaps, in everything.
But what's the difference in the way the bodybuilders approach it today? I mean, they're obviously doing some things. They're still huge, and they're still, you know, these giant guys that are lifting weights. So what element?
But if you look at the giant guys that are lifting weights now, they don't look quite like myself and the guys from the 90s. Now the guys are just big everywhere. The waists are huge. Everything's huge. And it's 20 years since I competed in a contest, so I don't exactly know. But the guys are using a lot more different drugs than we used to. A lot more insulin and IGF, things like that. So I think what you're seeing in the big guys is somewhat systemic growth. It's like they just got a bit bigger everywhere, and that doesn't look so appealing, I think.
Right, when like their guts extend.
Yeah, so maybe they're relying more on the chemicals, and they don't really, you know, I haven't really heard anything from any of the bodybuilding champions in the last 10 or 15 years, anything interesting or new or revolutionary in their training methods. It just, you know, They don't really even talk about it that much now. Everyone just does the same stuff, you know?
Well, it was at one point in time when no one talked about it at all, right? Like it was, you'd get the magazines and they would tell you to take creatine and you could look like me, but everybody kind of knew, everybody who knew people
It was somewhat of an inner circle. You know, I remember I started in the 80s and I read magazines and I saw a few things by Arnold and Mike Mensa where they kind of admitted they used something, but they very downplayed it. Oh, it's only for the last 6 weeks before competition just to give us that last polish and stuff like that. And I asked a few guys in the gym, and when I first started, they were a bit cagey, like, no, I don't do that. And, you know, later on I found out they're all doing it, right?
Yeah.
And it was very much inner circle, in the gym, bodybuilders. Now everybody knows about steroids, and now it's mainstream. And guys take steroids now just for cosmetic reasons because they want to look bigger and harder and quicker. I just equate it to women having Botox or having some implants. The guys want to look bigger. They don't want to work so hard. They don't want to, they just want it quick, right? So you get guys coming to the gym and they just take steroids pretty much straight away, and they don't necessarily learn how to train really properly. And it's not just competitive bodybuilders now. I mean, it's everywhere. It's everywhere. It's mainstream. You look at Hollywood. You look at hip hop artists. I mean, come on, they're all doing a bit of juice, man. Look at Nelly 10 years ago. Look at now, man.
I haven't really been attention to Nelly.
No, there's a lot of them. Nelly, Cool J. I mean, they're like they're all jacked, man. You know, it's not fooling me. I can see what's going on. Guys from Hollywood, they want to get in shape quickly for a movie.
Right.
You know, guys just want to look good on the beach. It's everywhere now. It's mainstream.
Of course. There's Nelly. Damn, Nelly's jacked.
Yeah.
We saw a picture of Hugh Jackman when he was preparing for Wolverine. He was doing deadlifts, and he was in his 40s.
Yeah.
And someone was asking me, "Do you think he's like yes?
Yeah, why not?
Yes,
I mean,
he
how much
is.
did he get paid for the movie as well?
Yeah, fuck yeah. Well, not only that, like for a guy that's not really that kind of an athlete to all of a sudden look like that, like you got to make some radical physiological changes.
Yeah, in a couple of months.
Yeah, like that's not even a good picture of him, man. There's really good pictures of him jacked. But I mean, there's pictures of him from the movie too, which is he's enormous. Like he just became an enormous guy.
What I'm saying is like, how much did he get paid for the movie?
Oh, yeah.
My point is, you know, he got paid for that. So maybe he took a little health risk or whatever. You can debate that, but he's getting paid for it. But is it worth it if you're just doing it, just fucking look good on the beach or look good for the girls or something?
Depends on how much pleasure you get.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Depends.
But here's the thing, man. Once you get on that merry-go-round, you don't want to get off.
That's the problem, right? And
You don't want to get off because you took some stuff. You know, you got bigger. You get more attention from the girls now. Guys got more respect for you. Your self-confidence is up. You don't lose all that, man.
Well,
I'm not speaking personally because I took it for a competitive sport. And when I stopped, I stopped. That was it.
That's my question. Like, how did you just accept the fact that you were no longer a superhuman-looking freak show of a man? Now you became a regular man. Was there
my whole thing was, see, with bodybuilding competition, I never showed my physique. Even in the gym with the guys that I trained with, I was covered up all the time. If you want to look at my physique and practice my pose and stuff, I did it at home. So on the street, I always wore long sleeve. I don't give a shit about anybody else.
Why is that?
Because I did it purely for competition.
But why did you cover it? Why didn't you just dress like with
because like, I wanted attention all the fucking time.
Right.
I'm not interested in it. You know, I'm a quiet guy and I just wanted to go about my business and reveal this thing I've been working on. I didn't see it as being, it's almost removed. It's like a statue I'm working on. You know, so I wasn't tied up in like, I was tied up in being Mr. Olympia because that's who I was and you know, somewhat a role you're playing. But the whole huge body, you know, I didn't need that for everyday use.
Well, that sort of fits with this whole Spartan image that people had of you. You know, the image of you was like this guy that was just doing work that other people weren't willing to do in some sort of quiet isolation somewhere.
Absolutely, we're in
dusty basement.
A basement in Birmingham, middle of England, where you know it's not exactly a hotbed of bodybuilding activity. You know, beaches or nothing. It's an industrial city. So I just locked myself away there and worked on this project, and I loved doing it. I loved like just being in that tunnel, you know, and seeing what I can do. And obviously, the further you get along, the more difficult it is to make any kind of improvements. But I was trying. You know?
That's fascinating to look at it that way. It's almost like an art project.
It was a statue. I was removed. It wasn't I wasn't like building this body so I could get admiring from the girls or the guys going to. I was already like a fit, strong guy before I started, so I didn't come from that place of like I need to do this to make myself feel better. I need to do this because I have some talent for it and I can change my life with this. Maybe I didn't know I was going to be Mr. Olympia, but I just knew that if I put my energy into this, something positive was going to come from it. And after a few years, I won the British Championship, and because of that, I was British champion. I didn't have a car. I went home to a one-bedroom apartment with no furniture. I didn't even have a proper bed. I had a mattress on the floor. I didn't have shit, but I won the British Championship, and because of that, somebody put up the money for me to open a gym. Then I had a gym. Then I was making an income from my sport. So even if it went that far, it would have been worth it. You know?
Wow. Well, I think that attitude is probably what's made you like very healthy, like mentally afterwards.
Well,
the fact that you're separate from your body and that it was a project.
There was a period afterwards that was very tough because I was this guy. I was Mr. Olympia, and this is it's all I've been doing like since I was 21 years old. And then I got an injury. So my exit from the sport was not calculated. It wasn't
What injury?
I tore my tricep tendon on my left elbow, and this had already one injury, a bicep tear, but I kind of handled that and didn't affect my training too much. But this was almost a complete detachment that I have to have repaired. And after that, I just knew I couldn't lift properly. And like, you can't compete with the rest of the world if you can't lift properly. So I had to retire, and then I was like in limbo. I was like, who the fuck am I? And what am I going to do with my life? So it took me a few years to kind of slowly get back. But it wasn't about, I've lost my muscles, what I'm going to do. Like it was more about, I don't know what my role is in life. I don't know who I am. It took me a long time to find that. And I think a lot of athletes that retire from sport, they have the same issues.
It's a giant issue with fighters.
You got this fucking tunnel that you're in, right? It's almost like being at war. Like it's stressful, but you got this role and it's this thing that you're just aiming for all the time. And now it's gone. Like, what the fuck are you going to do? Who are you? What it's all about, So it took me years to kind of, come to peace with that. But it wasn't about losing the muscles. It was about losing my goal and my focus and my role in life, I think.
Yeah, for a lot of athletes, it's the intensity of life is all of a sudden reduced down to a mundane
hum. Yeah, and you're going to become a normal guy now.
There's no highs and lows. It's just mediums all the time.
But I turned it around because when I was doing bodybuilding, my life was very restrictive, like a fucking monk. I just had this regime, and I didn't want to socialize. I didn't want to do anything outside of that. So after some time, I came like, hey man, so you can't do that anymore. How about the 1,001 things you didn't do when you were doing that because you couldn't? Now you can do all those things. You can go where you want to. Not eat all day if you don't want to. Like eat 6 meals a day. You can do what you want. So I started looking into some other things I was interested in. I was always been interested in wildlife, so I started going on a few safaris and things like that. And yeah, slowly I realized like, hey, there's a million and one things you can do in life. Like this, I get over this.
So just a transitional
period. Yeah, but I can absolutely see why many athletes struggle. Frank Bruno, who was world boxing champion from UK, I know he had a really hard time, and almost like he was world champion when I was Mr. Olympian. We retired at the same time. We both got divorced. Like everything falls apart, man. Like and then you hopefully rebuild back to something else.
Yeah, it seems that very few athletes have a smooth process into retirement, and fighters in particular, they always come back when they shouldn't.
Yeah, well, I know why they do that. When I was a kid, I was always like, why is Ali coming back, man? Like, just, you know, he's the greatest, and now he's going to get beat by some guy because he's coming back. But you miss the fucking adrenaline or whatever it is of that, you know, that all your focus, all your soul, everything is going into that one point, and like, it's tough to replace, but you got to know when it's time to step down, I think, you know?
Now, when you did decide, did you have a plan? Did you write out a plan, like how to step down? Because you wrote out a plan for the rest of your life.
No, because it was like,
New territory.
it was like that, you know? It was like, I didn't have a plan.
Right after the injury.
Yeah, vaguely, I had an idea in my mind that I would like to open more gyms when I finished bodybuilding. Actually, that didn't happen, but I started my own nutrition company, which I'm still doing, sports nutrition, Dorian Yates Sports Nutrition. So put a lot of energy into that and different things, and being able to, you know, experience things in life that I shut myself off with. So that's how I dealt with it. And now I feel great about it. And I can look back and I can sit back and say, you know what? I couldn't have given any more to that thing. I couldn't have given any more. So there's no regrets. Like a lot of athletes, you know, when you're young and you're there, maybe you don't really appreciate it so much. And then when it's gone, you're like, shit, man, what if I'd done this? What if? You know, I don't have those what ifs, man. I did 100%, even too much to the point where I got injured. So, you know, I'm happy with that. I can put that to rest.
That's a great lesson. That's a great lesson for young people coming up. If you just do all the work, when it's over, it's
do
over.
what you can do, man. Win or lose, you do what you can do, and then you have the self-satisfaction and pride to look back and say, you know what, I fucking give it everything I had, and no regrets. And that's the way I feel about it. And I know there's a lot of my contemporaries that compete against me don't really feel like that. That's why a few of them are still, they're in the 50s and they're making comebacks.
That's one of the most horrible things to see someone who's lived a life of regret.
Yeah.
Has just nagging.
Or even I don't like to see athletes coming back when they're not, as you remember them at their best, and they're coming back and they're not so good, which I'm sorry, but inevitably at 50 years old is going to be the case.
Is there any bodybuilders who are doing that now at 50?
Yeah, Kevin Levrone, who came second to me in Mr. Olympia, he made a comeback last year.
Really?
Yeah.
How do you look?
Well, it depends how I answer that question. How did he look compared to previously? Not good at all. How did he look for a guy that's making a comeback at 50 years old? Yeah, great. But it's not a 50-year-old guy looking good contest. It's Mr. Olympia. It's the best in the world. So, you know.
But if you just try to make a comeback within a year, doesn't it take like many, many years to get to that kind of shape? So
well, here's the thing with bodybuilding. You got to think called muscle memory. So maybe it took me 10 years to get to be 260 pounds ripped. But now that information is in my DNA, it's there. So I could theoretically not train for 10 years, lose all that muscle, and probably get that back in 6 to 12 months.
Really?
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, I've heard of muscle memory, and I know that it's a thing, but has it been physically, have they isolated what causes that or how it is in your DNA?
I'm not really sure if they have, or if they're interested enough to do the studies that's necessary, but those of us, you know, that are in the sport, we know it happens. I mean, Arnold did it like 1974. I think Arnold was going to retire, but then he got this Pumping Iron movie that everyone's familiar with. So the 1975 Mr. Olympia, which Pumping Iron runs around, he basically made a comeback for that, just for the movie. And previous to that, he did a movie called Stay Hungry with Sally Field and Jeff Bridges. And I think he had to get down to like 200, 210 pounds because the director didn't want it to be too big for that. So he came off the back of that and they just put all the sides back on for the Mr. Olympia for Pumping Iron.
Really? So the director made him sort of emaciate himself?
Well, he still looked pretty big, I guess, for the average person.
Yeah. Oh man, that's nothing compared to how he looks.
But still looks big next to Jeff Bridges.
Yeah, I mean, he looks like a really big, fit guy that you'd see at the gym. Look at Jeff Bridges.
Yeah.
The dude abides.
I like Jeff Bridges, man.
Me too. I love that guy. Still around, man. Still banging out great movies.
Yeah.
We talk about how many great movies that guy's been in.
Absolutely. What's the one where he's a country singer? That was great.
Yeah, that was recent. Yeah, god damn it, I saw that. That was a good movie.
Yeah, they're
He's
all good.
fantastic.
Good actor.
Yeah, he's good at choosing roles. So when a guy does get down to something like that, is it a matter of like taking less steroids, working out less, like your body just naturally starts
Well,
to shrink?
if you're taking steroids and you stop, you're going to lose a lot of weight pretty quick. And maybe just don't lift weights. You know, play tennis, do swimming, do something else, and your muscle mass is going to go down. So I'm guessing that's what he did.
Now, when you first started bodybuilding, how long did it take before you did take something?
After about 18 months, I decided I want to do a contest. And I knew the guys in the contest were taking stuff, so I just wanted to be on a level playing field with them. So for like 2 months before my first contest.
What'd you take?
A little bit of D-ball, 20 milligrams of D-ball a day. That was the first thing I ever had. And then nearer to the contest, I switched to some Anavar and bring a ball in. But I mean, 20 milligrams a day is like, fitness chicks take that now. You know?
Do they really?
They do.
Fitness chicks do take steroids, right? I mean,
100%.
100%.
Even bikini chicks.
Really?
Like skinny bikini, because they want to look harder, they want to look leaner. And it's, you know, I get girls that are fucking strippers and all kind of chicks asking me, oh, I'm going to take this Winstrol stuff. You know anything about that? I'm like, I do you? Oh, the guy just told me it's going to make me leaner and everything. I said, all right, let me explain what this is. This is anabolic steroid. An anabolic steroid is a derivative of testosterone, which is a male hormone. So what they try to do is minimize the androgenic part of the testosterone, the male, and so you're left with more of the anabolic, the building part. But they can't completely minimize the androgenic part. So even though stuff like Winstrol and Anavar is less androgenic than testosterone, it's still derived from a male hormone, and if you take it off, you're still going to get the male side effects, which is pretty common in women's bodybuilding and fitness and so on.
It's common in athletics across the board.
Yeah.
You know, we see it in MMA. We see it in women in MMA as well.
Look, man, if you're a competitive sport, a competitive athlete, you're going to do whatever you can do to win. There was a study once done by a guy called Dr. Goldman, and it's called Goldman's Dilemma. And he asked a bunch of athletes, including, I think, Olympic level athletes. So if I could give you a pill that would guarantee you would win the gold medal or whatever the equivalent is in your sport, but you would die at like 40, 45, would you take it? The vast majority of people said yes, they would take it. That's the mentality you're dealing with, especially when you're young, man.
Yeah.
Like, you feel indestructible, like nothing's going to, you know?
Yeah. It doesn't seem real, too, right? It's like global warming will one day make the seas rise. Yeah, but not right now.
Exactly,
So fire up the fucking
right now I want a fucking gold medal. That's all I'm interested in. I'm not even, that doesn't even exist. I'm here now. I want the fucking gold medal. And this is the mentality of the, you know, the successful athlete. And, you know, maybe it applies to everything. Maybe as a fucking businessman, if you said you take this pill and you'll fucking make billions, like would you do it? But, you know, a driven businessman would probably say, fuck yeah, I'll do it.
If it's a solution that allows you to win.
Yeah. So that's what I did. I consider that I did a calculated risk, you know, as far as taking steroids with the possible negative health effects, which I tried to monitor. I had doctors, you know, blood tests and everything like that. So if something really was going wrong, at least I have to, you know.
Did you ever find anything wrong?
No, some things were a little bit out of the normal range when I was heavy. My blood pressure went up, like not sky high, but it was, you know, 140 over 90, 150 over 90. So it was edging up there, but I was 300 pounds. So, you know, and a couple of other readings were a little bit, but nothing of great concern, you know. But that doesn't mean to say that they're harmless because it's over a period of time, right? And I equate it to smoking, you know. If you smoke for 10 years and then you stop, apparently after 15 or 20 years you're back to like, you know, a guy that didn't smoke. you smoke for 20 years, 25 years, then maybe it's a different story.
Have you ever seen Chris Bell's documentary, Bigger, Stronger, Faster?
I haven't, no. I think I'm due to speak with the brothers, right?
Yes,
Bell?
Chris and
I think
Mark,
I'll be going on their podcast at one point, but I actually haven't watched it. No.
Great guys, really great guys. They've both been on here a couple times and very knowledgeable. And you know, Chris is just did a great documentary called Prescription Thugs too, about the prescription drug industry and you know, getting people hooked on these pain pills. But in Bigger, Stronger, Faster, one of the things that was fascinating about it was that he was going over, like, we were told that this is going to kill you. We're told that all these negative health effects. He's like, but where's the bodies? Yeah. Where are the bodies? Like, when you think about all the things that kill people, obesity crushes human beings. I mean, it is one of the #1 causes of death in America. But yet it's looked at like
obesity, smoking, alcohol, prescription drugs,
all those things.
All these things. There have been some deaths in bodybuilding. That may be attributed to steroids, and there's been a couple that are definitely attributed to diuretics, which is, you know, diuretics, you lose a lot of water, you can lose electrolytes, you can lose potassium, sodium, which regulate your heartbeat, so then you're playing Russian roulette with it, and a couple of people played that game and lost. So.
Yeah, that's an interesting thing to point out, because the diuretic aspect is critical. When you see someone on stage and you see them shredded, those guys are basically like almost dead, right? I mean,
well, you know, like probably the least healthiest fucking point you've been a whole year is when you're looking like that on stage.
You look amazing.
Yeah, you look amazing, but I can tell you, you know, you feel weak as a kid, and you don't feel real good at that point, but, you know, you do whatever you got to do as required. 1996 when I was competing, they had actually testing for diuretics, because there was a couple of deaths, and the people in charge started getting concerned. You know, this doesn't look good, and that affects your revenue and all that stuff. So they attempted steroid testing in 1990, but it affected the guy's look so much that, you know, once you've seen a guy like this, or once you've seen a guy fight like this, or once you've seen a guy run this fast, nobody fucking wants to see anything slower than that or less than that, right? The audience is not interested. So they realized that real quick, like, fuck this, we'll just forget about the steroid testing. And anyway, steroid testing is like, it probably just makes it more unfair. Because the guy that's got more information, like the clearance times and all that stuff, they're going to stop people from taking it. They're just going to take it and try to get around the testing. It's the same in all sports, and I don't care if it's fucking running, riding, Tour de France, whatever it is, it's going on to some degree.
Well, what the UFC has done, and they've self-imposed this, is they've hired Jeff Nowitzki, the guy who went after Lance Armstrong and is the head of USADA, and they just do random tests on people, and the punishments are terrible. Like 2-year suspension. I mean, I think first time, if you get popped first time for steroids, I think it's a 2-year suspension now for the UFC. And this is self-imposed. It's not even the Nevada State Athletic Commission or any other athletic commission's imposition, and they've radically cut back on the amount of people that are, first of all, caught, and second of all, doing steroids. They're just not doing them
anymore. If you do real random testing year-round, then you have a better chance of, you know, eliminating something.
It pisses athletes off because you're waking these fighters up at 6 o'clock in the morning.
Doing good, bro.
They take the blood, they take the urine, they go back to sleep, and you know that way nobody can be safe. And you've seen a radical change in performances in some athletes that people were suspecting of doing steroids. They changed the way they look. Like there's so many pre and post USADA pictures of people that post them on like Twitter and Facebook and stuff like that, where they, you know, groups talk about fights, like which athletes have been hurt most by USADA. It's like it's interesting.
Would it be more of the bigger guys or it's across the board?
It's bigger guys, but it's also EPO. Like a lot of guys have been popped for EPO. They've been popped for what does that other say? Melatonin. There's another one. God damn it, I'm trying to remember it. But it's a similar thing to EPO.
EPO increases your red blood cell count, so you get more oxygen, which would give you more endurance.
Yeah, that's giant in the sport. I mean, physical size is not really that much of a consideration. There's very few guys that are like big and muscular.
Well, here's the thing with steroids. I mean, they can give you muscle size, but it depends on your training, like the kind of training you're doing.
Right.
So it can also help with your endurance. So just because a guy's not big and muscular doesn't mean he's not benefiting from steroids. You get runners and cyclists, and
like Lance
Armstrong is like, you know, he was on a pedestal and then he's demonized and he's down here. Like, was he the only guy using a bit of testosterone, or you know?
No, he was Bill Burr was a good friend of mine, a stand-up comedian, had a hilarious bit about it, and he's like, our psychopath was better than your psychopath. You got a dirty sport. He's like, we just have one psycho that was more psycho than your psychos.
And he had testicular cancer, right?
Yeah.
So I'm assuming then you're not producing any testosterone, so you're gonna have to put it in from outside. How much? I don't know.
Well, they had it in. They used to allow testosterone replacement therapy for fighters. They don't allow that anymore. These guys were abusing it, and also there was questions of why they were losing testosterone in the first place. And one of the thoughts was damage to the pituitary gland, because that's apparently a big factor with fighters. Once they develop damage to the pituitary gland from head trauma, they start decreasing the amount of testosterone the body produces. And so the thought was put it back in. But other doctors are saying, well, maybe you shouldn't be competing anymore. Maybe put it back in for general health and wellness, but you probably shouldn't be competing anymore. This is the way your body's responding to head trauma.
Yeah, and you shouldn't really need replacement testosterone until you're like 40 or thereabouts, you know, because you should be producing still.
Yeah, there's ways to up it, right? Even, you know, like
there's natural supplements to up it. D-aspartic acid is one.
What is D-aspartic acid?
D-aspartic acid is a compound, I think it's from amino acids, but anyway, they've done studies on it that shows that it can raise your own natural testosterone. Some herbs, Trigulus terrestris, also has some you know, some studies to back that up.
Also exercise, right? Like high intensity exercise, sprints, certain kinds of squats.
Absolutely. How much it's going to make a difference, I don't really know. But yeah, heavy exercise would raise your testosterone over normal baseline. But once you get to a certain age, it starts declining in any case, you know.
Now, when you started taking stuff and you started off with D-ball, what, like at the height, what was the craziest amount of shit you were taking?
The most stuff I took was in off-season when I was training real heavy, trying to build size, because I had a regime that I used to get ready for contests, and I was always known for like really coming in shape. So I didn't use so much stuff getting ready for a contest. I used more in off-season. So like 1,000 milligrams of testosterone a week. Some decadurabolin, maybe 500 milligrams, and D-ball, maybe 40, 50 milligrams is average, and growth hormone in the off-season.
That's a lot of shit.
It's probably about 30% of what guys are taking now.
God, really?
Yeah.
30%?
I think so, based on what people are telling me. I mean, I have people come to train with me that haven't even done a competition, let alone a Mr. Olympia, and their stack is more than that because they found it on the internet. I'm like, what the fuck? You know, why? Oh, I just saw it on the internet somewhere. Yeah, this I mean, you go on the internet and have a look for Dorian Yates' stack. I mean, I've been on there, and I'm like, first of all, 50% of this stuff, I don't even know what it is, right? So I don't even know what it is. And the rest of the stuff that I do recognize, like if you take this, you're going to get real health problems. So
like insulin's an issue, right?
I mean, insulin, you take too much insulin, you fucking keel over in a coma. I tried insulin the last couple of years I was competing because a few guys started using it and so on. And I don't feel that I benefited from it. I got a bit bigger, I got more bloated. The conditioning was harder to get. So for me, I didn't feel like I got any benefit from it. You can get bigger, but it's not the quality. You know, I was known for like super hard, grainy quality, and I was losing a little bit of that using insulin. So that's my opinion. I wouldn't recommend it. I don't recommend it to people that I train with because it doesn't have any real benefits and has risks. So why, you know?
That's fascinating. Like the quality, like what constitutes the quality of muscle that you're looking for?
Well, I think in my case, I was known for muscle density. So you could have a 20-inch arm that's like got good volume, or you got a 20-inch arm that looks like a fucking block of steel. So how do you get that look? What's the difference? I think the difference is in the training. That I trained very heavy and primarily quite low reps compared to bodybuilders. I was working in 6 to 8, most of 6 to 8, a little bit higher on the legs, 10 to 12. But everything I did was like 6 to 8 reps, where most of the guys are doing 10 to 12, and they're relying more on pumping, just getting a lot of blood volume into the muscle rather than overloading it. So I had a density and a powerful look to my physique that the other guys, when they stood next to me, they didn't have that. And that was just from really heavy training, I think. So you get the density of the muscle rather than just pumping it volume.
How did you figure out how to make that number, like 6 to 8? Like, why not 3 to 5? Like, what, you know what I'm saying? Like, how did you
just
arrive?
over many decades. First of all, people in the gym, and also studies as well. Most studies would say for muscle growth, you need to keep the muscle under tension for probably 40 to 60 seconds, which in most cases would be 8 to 12 reps. So I went a bit lower, like 6 to 8. That worked really well for me, but not on legs. I went higher, 10 to 12 on the legs. So just a bit of trial and error. We know the lower reps will give you more strength and more power without the hypertrophy or the growth of the muscle. So that's ideal for fighters. So I work with a few fighters in the UK and I try to explain this to them, and it's hard for them to grasp because they think I'm in the ring, I'm doing a lot of,
right.
I need endurance. Yeah, you do, but you're already doing that. You're already doing that, right? So if you want to get more power behind the punch, but you don't want to build muscle, because if you build muscle, you put on weight, then you go up a weight category. So whatever more power you've got is going to be negated by the fact that you're fighting heavier guys. So if you could stay the same weight but be more powerful and stronger without building muscle size, that would be the key. And that's basically like powerlifting, low reps, like 3 reps and then have a really long rest. Totally foreign to MMA training.
Yeah.
You're going to do boom, 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 put it back and wait for 3 or 4 minutes.
Yeah,
and do it again. So you get that the power behind the punch, but without increasing your muscle size.
Yeah.
Because that would, if you get more power behind the punch, but you're going to have a weight class, like, so what? You want to stay in the same weight but be stronger. That would be ideal for a fighter. So
that seems counterintuitive for a lot of people because they assume that bigger muscles mean more power.
Not necessarily. I mean, bodybuilders got bigger muscles than powerlifters. Powerlifters can lift more weight, at least for 1 or 2 reps,
Yeah.
They're training for that power, boom.
Right.
Same thing with weightlifting. It's a couple of reps, but very explosive and powerful.
That's hard for people to understand.
Kettlebell as well, like, throw it up, power.
Well, that's the thing about kettlebell competitors. They're not the biggest guys. Like,
but they got the internal musculature, the core, that
right.
does a lot of the lifting, right?
Yeah.
If you're throwing a punch, I mean, who cares if you've got huge biceps? It's like the internal, right? From the toe all the way up through the core, that's going to give you that power. So you got the guys like Fedor and Emelianenko. I'm a huge fan of him. I like his fighting style.
Me as well.
I mean, the guy looks like, he's got arms like sticks. He looks like he's got a pot belly. He looks out of shape, but fucking hits like a baseball bat, man.
Well, early in his career, he was bigger.
Yeah.
And he stopped training weights and started training only sport specific, which is, it's a very controversial subject because if you talk to modern strength and conditioning coaches, they say it's absolutely the wrong approach. And if Fedor continued to do strength and conditioning along with his martial arts training, he probably would have been able to prolong his career. But who the fuck knows if that's true? That seems like it's very hard to say what would have happened. But the modern approach seems to be you have to consider strength and conditioning as a huge part of any regimen. In terms of like some of the elite athletes focus primarily on strength and conditioning in camp and not really on skill work because they feel like they already know how to fight. Like
it's already there in the brain.
Yeah. Well, it's already the conditioning. It's all about as far as the conditioning of their emotions and their ability to react is already there. It's just a matter of building the ultimate gas tank and having the body that can perform and react as quickly and as fast and recover as fast as possible.
But the guys that hit the hardest, they're not necessarily the most muscular though. That's
some of them are like Tyron Woodley, who's the UFC welterweight champion. He's one rare guy that kind of violates the normal build of professional MMA athletes because he's fucking jacked. But he's also very smart in his approach. Whereas like the consequences of engaging with him are extreme because he has tremendous power. So he can pace himself more than like maybe some guys can. Because if you get in a firefight with him, like one shot from him put the lights out on you. So he's got this ability to, and he's developed a very interesting way of fighting where he just paces his bursts. But his bursts are so terrifying. Like when he comes at you, when he does sprint your way, he's so much faster than the average fighter and so much stronger that I guess in his mind having all that muscle, and he says it's actually natural. He's like, and his son,
it's genetic. My son is doing bodybuilding and he don't have a particularly good diet. He fried chicken and burgers and stuff, and he's like shredded all the time.
Well, Tyron's son is jacked. He's a little kid. He's fucking. Genetics are real. There's no denying it.
It's like me when I started. I had already a physique. I had the abs. I was lean. I had the shape. Everything was there. Just had to get bigger. So yeah, genes are a big thing as far as your body type. So,
is it insurmountable? Like if a guy has shit genes, can he become like a jack?
No.
Whoa.
He can get better. Everyone can get better, but
you can't be Lee Haney.
It's a rare individual that can get up on the Mr. Olympia stage. There's probably hundreds of thousands of, maybe millions of guys around the world that are in a gym training and maybe would like to compete. But can everybody be a UFC champion? Can everybody be a basketball player? No. You need certain tools to start with, and then you got to work on that and build that.
But at least for athletes and fighters in particular, you see guys who don't have impressive physiques that have incredible records and wind up doing really well with their skill and their tactics and their mindset and their understanding of when to engage, when not to engage. With bodybuilding, though, it's a very specific. Like if you're born with like slope shoulders and small hands, and you're fucked, right?
You need first of all, you need the frame, right? The frame is the bone structure. You can't do anything about that with the training, right? So you need a relatively wide shoulders, to smaller hips. You need the limbs to be proportional for bodybuilding. Most of the successful guys, they tend to have a little bit longer legs compared to the torso because it just looks more aesthetic and makes the upper body look more like that. So that's a bone structure. You can't do anything about that. You need to be born with a bone structure. And then you've got muscle bellies. So you got the length of the muscle belly, which is genetic. So if you've got a short bicep, it used to tell you, go to the gym and do preacher calls, and you get along. No, your muscle attachments are genetic. So the longer your muscle bellies are, the more potential they have for volume. So somebody that's got uniformly long muscle bellies with a good frame and a good metabolism that tends to have naturally low body fat, then you're looking at somebody with potential to be a good competitive bodybuilder. If they don't have all those things, everyone can improve, but are you going to go win contests? No.
Have you ever had a guy come to you and said, Dorian, I want to be a champion? And you're like, kid, you're fucked.
Yeah.
Damn.
I mean, why,
Dorian Yates tells you you're fucked?
I don't say, I try to be a little bit more subtle than that, But I'm like, I'm not here to bullshit anybody.
Right.
Like, so if somebody asks me, I'm just going to tell them, like, yeah, you can improve, man, but, like, you're just going to waste your time if you're dreaming about Mr. Olympia because, I don't want to be rude, but you just don't have what it takes. Like, enjoy your training, be healthy, have fun in the gym, but, yeah, forget about that. It's not going to happen.
That's hard for people to hear, though.
Yeah, it's better than me blowing smoke up their ass and saying, pay me, and, you can have whatever you want, man, because somebody else is going to tell them that.
Have you ever seen a guy that you thought, man, I don't think so, and then he became a great bodybuilder? No. Jesus.
I can pretty much, I've been around, like, 35 years I've been in this game, man, so I can see people, and I've seen people probably with more potential than me, but they don't get anywhere because they don't apply themselves. So it's, you know, you got to have the physical stuff, but the glue, the thing that holds it all together is this. So I've seen freaks in the gym, but they, you know, first of all, they're not that smart. They don't really, you know, understand everything that's going on. And usually when somebody gets something really easy, they're not, you know, they're not really that hungry.
Right.
So it's not necessarily always the guy with the most potential. That, you know, you can beat somebody with more potential by being smarter and working hard, but it's, you know, it's only to a degree, right?
Yeah, that's what I've always said. Like, you can get a guy who's the most dedicated, the most hungry, wanted the most, but when you're competing in basketball against Michael Jordan, you're kind of fucked because he wants it bad too, and his genetics are just so superior. There's just no way around
so
it.
you can't equalize that. What are you going to do? You know? I saw this thing in England recently. A guy came over from the States, I don't know what his name was, but he was a good martial artist. He was a kickboxer. He was dedicated. He was lean. He was fit. And he came over to fight this gypsy fighter over in England. And this guy's like fat, out of shape. He turned up like 45 minutes late for the fight because he'd been drunk the night before. And he came in and was just fat and he looked like shit. And for like half an hour he was getting his ass kicked. But then I think he woke up, you know? And he kicked the other guy's ass. So this guy's been training, he's been dedicated, he's doing all this stuff, and this guy's the night before he's getting drunk, but he's still coming and kick the guy's ass. So, you know, he probably just had more potential or he had a hard head or something. I don't know.
There's a lot of factors involved in fighting. I mean, his experience, his ability to take punishment, and some of it is just inherent. Like, some people just have like a wider face, stronger neck, they can take a shot better.
Yeah, these are all genetic,
Some of it is,
characteristics, right?
The ability to absorb punches, it seems to be, or at least the variables seem to be a lot of it based on
Maybe you got thicker bones or shorter neck so your brain doesn't rattle as much or something.
Mark Hunt's a perfect example of that. He's one of the best kickboxers of all time. And
from New Zealand.
Yeah, just a tank of a man, you know. 5'10", 265 pounds, just built like a brick shit house.
To take him out.
Oh, dude, Krokop head kicked him, and he went down and got right back up. It's like, nobody does. Krokop head kicks you, that's a wrap, you know, and he's one of the few guys that survived it.
Well, I got my friend, a business partner from New Zealand. I don't know if it's true, but he told me about Mark Hunt. He's got a brother, and the dad used to get him in the backyard there and just like knock the shit out of each other, you know, until they're immune to getting hit.
Yeah.
They don't feel it anymore.
Well, he's been knocked out a few times recently, but you know, since 40s now.
But isn't it the case with fighters? I don't know. I noticed anyway. You get a guy that's like seems to be invincible, then he gets knocked out, and then after that he loses it, like Chuck Liddell, for instance.
Perfect example. Yeah, unquestionable.
What is that?
Well, your brain does not want to take that kind of punishment anymore. And what Chuck explained to me was that what it gets to is a point where your brain realizes that you're too tough, and you're just going to absorb this punishment, and it just shuts itself off.
Shuts down to protect itself.
And that's how he described it. Now, obviously, that's not like a neuroscientist describing it. There's also the connective tissue that keeps the brain connected and stable inside. That gets looser and more torn. Have you ever seen connective tissue? It's almost like a strong version of cotton candy. Yeah. It's not the toughest stuff in the world. It's not supposed to take that many beatings. Like in the wild, if you had that many beatings over a certain point, you'd be dead already. Somebody would have already eaten you.
But MMA seems to be safer than boxing because you don't get hit as many times.
I mean, sorta. Yeah, I would say probably overall safer. But that's like saying motorcycle racing is safer than like going downhill in a skateboard 60 miles an hour. You're kind of fucked.
It's all relative, right?
Yeah, it's all like the study that they did that just came out this week on football players, which showed they did tests on 111 fighters or 111 football players. 110 had traumatic brain injuries.
I saw the movie. I can't remember what it's called now with
Concussion?
Will Smith.
Yeah.
And the brain damage was causing the guys to like be violent and all kind of stuff. I mean,
They were saying that 87% of football players at all levels, high school, college, all levels, have traumatic brain injury. 87%.
what are you going to do? Stop football, stop MMA, like
That's the
stop
question.
rock climbing, like, you know, everything's got its risks, right? Every sport, unless you do it like, you know, moderately. If you do things in moderation, they're good. But
You never be Dorian Yates in moderation.
no, competitive sports are not, you know, they're not the healthiest thing in the world, right?
No. I mean, you're dealing. Well, I mean, I guess there's injuries involved in basketball, right? But you know, you're not
so
going to
bad.
lose your ability to think.
But even like endurance sports, marathon running, stuff like that, these guys die younger than a sedentary person because of the massive amount of free radicals they're producing, which is aging the cells.
Is that what it is?
Yeah, massive free radical from all this oxygen. Like, so you know, you're aging your cells, you're wearing yourself out doing all these endurance sports. I think what's going to come out in the future, and I've been doing this myself and getting great results, is very short interval training. They've done studies with 5-minute cardio workout, and it's getting the same results as an hour.
What?
Yeah, I do 10 minutes. I do 90 seconds, like, you know, moderate. Then I do a 30-second all-out sprint, whether it's on a cross trainer or a rower or kettlebells or whatever. Get the heart rate right up, like 160 or something, and then go back down. Do that a few times, like 10 or 12 minutes. And my resting heart rate was pretty good for a bodybuilder. I guess it was like 54, 55 in the morning. I had it down to like low 40s, 45 in the morning.
Really?
Yeah. And that's just from doing a couple of times a week, a 10-minute workout. And once a week I do a hard bike ride. But yeah, absolutely. Because you want to get the benefits from the cardio exercise, which is a more efficient cardiovascular system, but you don't want the negatives, all that free radical. So if you can get what you're looking for in a 10-minute workout, why are you going to do an hour or 2 hours? I don't know if it would, you know, be useful for a fighter because you're going to be in the ring for all that long, so you've got to condition yourself for that. I'm just talking about for general health.
Wow. I've never even heard such a thing.
Yeah, interval training.
But 10 minutes?
10 minutes. They've done studies on 4 and 5-minute workouts. Yeah.
Wow.
So I think that's the future, where you want to get the benefit, but without the negatives.
Do you think you could run a marathon right now?
To run a marathon? No. Running's not for me.
No. Well, definitely not for you when you were in your prime.
Yeah, well, fast walking. That's good.
When you were in your prime, how much endurance did you have? Like, if you had to do something, if you had to go up a flight of stairs,
It wasn't too bad because I always did some cardio. I did some cardio and stretching, so it was a bit unusual for bodybuilders because that doesn't give you bigger muscles, but I saw the other benefits of it. Because if I got more efficient cardio, like I'm training legs and back stuff like that, it's a huge amount of oxygen. You got to failure on squats or leg presses. You know, that's a huge amount of oxygen. So for me to recover from that, I needed a bit of cardio. So I was doing 3 or 4 times a week in off-season, every day, getting ready for a contest. But it wasn't very intense. It was more like moderate. I did like fast walking for an hour, or I do stationary bike for 45 minutes, sometimes twice a day. So I was doing quite a lot of cardio work, getting ready for a contest, rather than starving myself.
Oh,
you know, I was bringing the calories down a little bit and bring the activity up a little bit. So it was a bit of both, a bit of calorie restriction, a bit of more activity, more calorie burning.
Now, when you're doing calorie restriction, but you also have to keep all that mass, how did you come to
Contradictory goals.
Yeah.
You know, training we can debate because I train with some MMA guys in England. Bit of jiu-jitsu, but mainly conditioning stuff, and it's fucking hard, man. It's hard training, right? It's super hard cardio, and then someone's trying to punch you in the face at the same time. That's hard. So we can debate about the training, which sport is harder, yeah? Because I've done a little bit of both. But what's harder in bodybuilding is when you leave the gym, it's still with you. And when you're getting ready for a contest, you're going to do more training, and you're going to eat less. So most sports, you can go train hard, then you can go home and eat. Bodybuilding, you know, 2 months before a contest, you're hungry all the time.
Because you're trying to lose.
You're trying to slowly lose the body fat or maintain the muscle. If you're trying to lose weight too quickly, your body will preferentially burn the muscle because it's like body fat is an emergency store, right? Your body doesn't want to give it up, so you got to like coax it out slowly, you know. But yeah, you're going to be hungry and you're going to be tired for a couple of months for a contest.
That doesn't sound fun.
It's not fun, man. It's a constant mental battle as well. Because what it's telling you to eat. You know, it's got to eat, and at night you can't sleep properly because you go sleep a little bit, and then your body's like, internal alarm clock will wake you up. Hey, you're fucking starving, go eat. And you're like, oh, I ain't doing that.
But how do you keep your body from absorbing all that muscle? Because you're carrying so much muscle. Is there a drug that you can take that keeps the mass?
Well, you're taking steroids, which are anabolic and anti-catabolic, so that's going to stop you from losing muscle. However, if you restrict your calories too much, or too much exercise and enough, you're still going to burn muscle. It's just going to lower the chances of it. So you got to stack everything in your favor. You're taking steroids, just try to keep the muscle mass and stop losing it. But if you restrict too much, you're still going to lose it. So you need to like 1 or 2 pounds a week, very slowly.
Keep your body from going into shock.
Yeah, that's where a lot of fighters go wrong because they starve themselves for a couple of weeks. They lose muscle, they lose strength, they lose glycogen from the muscle, and they're weaker.
Yeah, they fight very weak. That's a huge issue, and a lot of fighters are choosing to go up a weight class and they're having big success. Donald Cerrone's a great example. That's been quite a few fighters.
Or you lose that weight very slowly. So it's not depleting you down.
What kind of diet were you on when you were competing?
Pretty high protein. Off season, still a lot of carbs, medium fat, and then getting ready for contest, the carbs slowly come down. But I was a big guy, 270, 280. I was still eating probably 3,500 calories a day, which is probably more than I eat now. But when you're that big, you're starving.
What do you weigh now?
Weigh now 230, something like that.
So yeah, all that extra mass needed to be fueled.
Yeah, exactly.
Now, when you were in, say, like out of contest, what your goals were to put on muscle that you would eventually, like you would get bigger and bigger every year. That was one of the things.
I would try to, yeah. And then maybe there's certain areas where you want to work on at some point. That's a bit behind, so you put more focus on that and a bit less on something else to try and keep the balance. It might sound strange now, but when I first competed, my first contest, I lost to a guy called Mohamed Benaziza, and his back was just like freaky thick. It was like really coming out, and I just stuck in my mind. I'm like, fuck, I put a picture of him on my fridge at home, put a picture in the gym, and funny enough, later on in my career, I became known, for the guy with the best back kind of thing. So. I was inspired by other people to do that. So I worked on that for a couple of years.
What is the difference between the way you approach nutrition when you were competing versus the way people do it today? Because so much changes in nutrition. I mean, it seems like every 5 or 6 years, like, oh, no, low fat's out, now you go high fat. High carbs are out, now you go low carbs. And it could change back and forth again. I mean,
I think the 70s, like Arnold area, Frank Zane, they go more low carbs, getting ready for a contest. But then you lose size more quickly.
Why do you lose size more quickly that way?
Because you get catabolic, you haven't got the energy, so your body can use amino acids from muscle for energy. So there's a balance there. And also you lose the glycogen storage. Your muscle is 70% water, and the water holds carbohydrates in the muscle, glycogen. So you lose that as well. So you lose that bit of volume. When you lose the glycogen, you lose the water, so you shrink down a little bit. So my approach was higher carbohydrates, especially in off season, getting ready for contest to cut them down, but not zero, and fairly low fat. I think people now realize that fat's more important, and there's probably more fat in the diet than there was back then, which I think is healthy. Fats have just got a bad rap, and it's bullshit.
Well, that's we've talked about it several times in the podcast, but there was a New York Times article recently about how the sugar industry paid off scientists with fake results, and that was done in the 50s or 60s, and that's haunted people to this day. They think that fats are bad for you.
I think it was
essential.
I may be wrong with the organization, but I think it was World Health Organization. They basically submitted a study that showed how bad sugar was, and some department of the US government, which is getting a lot of money from the sugar lobby, basically said, I think you want to reconsider this. Can you so that's where the whole fats are bad, low fat came from. They knew back then how bad sugar is. So I found it amusing when I first came to the States in 1990. Got all these low-fat products. I call my friends, man, how fucked up this is, man. They got low-fat muffins. Of course they're fucking low-fat. They're full of sugar, though.
Yeah,
people thought, low-fat yogurt, low-fat muffins. It's fucking full of sugar. It's the worst thing you could have. So people thought they were being healthy, but they're being misled.
And it makes you fat.
Yeah, nothing wrong with fats as long as they're natural. If you get the fats in baked goods and all this shit, that's not good. But natural fats in animal products and coconuts and all that stuff, it's great.
Now, what would you use for carbohydrates? Did you have a preferred method, or did you vary it?
Complex stuff like oatmeal was a big thing. I use oatmeal, brown rice, sweet potatoes, and some fruit and fibrous vegetables. Those are the main things that I use. Nothing fancy,
Did you mix your portions up in like little Tupperware boxes or something like that so you could know exactly what to eat?
I used to weigh my food like pretty much all the time. I didn't eat in restaurants very rarely, and I used to pack them up in boxes because you got to have it all the time, right? So that was one of the things I didn't miss, man. I'm so relieved. I don't carry no fucking plastic boxes around with food. I just go to a restaurant and eat whatever I want,
and have an ice cream if you want to.
Exactly.
That must have been nice when you realized you could just eat.
Yeah. Our season wasn't too bad because I was eating good food, but a lot of it. But getting ready for a contest, that was the real mental test. Because your whole body's telling you got to eat, man. And even at night, I said you wake up, you got to eat. No, I'm going to eat. I'm going to watch MTV for half an hour. Maybe fall back to sleep a little bit, hopefully. So yeah, the diet thing, I don't miss that at all. It was, it was a tough mental challenge, and I did it. And whenever you get through a challenge, I think it makes you stronger. But I don't ever do that again.
Yeah, I can only imagine. Now, when you give these seminars and you talk to these young bodybuilders that are coming up, how do you kind of have sort of a holistic approach to life now? You're about health and wellness, but when you're coaching these kids or talking to these kids about how to be successful in competitive bodybuilding as a multiple-time Mr. Olympia, one of the greatest of all time, if not the greatest, you can't have a holistic approach, can you? You kind of have to be a savage.
They come into me for bodybuilding advice,
right?
And I don't have the body now necessarily, but I got all the information here that I can put across to people for the training, for the nutrition. But it's goal specific. You want to be a competitive bodybuilder, this is what you got to do. I'm not a competitive bodybuilder now. My diet and my training is geared toward what my goals are, which is functionality, health and well-being, and that's what I'm into. And that's where I'm at. I'm not a bodybuilder anymore. I'm a body reducer, if anything.
Right.
And I feel good, man. I fucking got a suit from Hugo Boss a couple of months ago off the rack, and this was like, I'm so happy. I could just buy a suit off the rack. Before I had to have it made, and I have to go for a fitting, go for another fitting, all that
I'm
shit.
sure if they looked at the measurements on paper, they were like, what the fuck? What are you making a suit for?
What is this? It's like this wide going down. What is this? A wardrobe? What is it? So I look on the other side of it. Young guys coming up, maybe they think that's strange. Like, and they ask me, you look at pictures back and think, wow, I look like that. I'm like, no, I don't look at. I just look at that and think, wow, that's fucking extreme, and what I did, and that's crazy, and that's incredible. But
does it weird you out to look at pictures of yourself?
Like, does it sometimes? When I look at those black and white pictures,
giant picture of Dorian Yates in his
prime. If you got any of those black and white pictures, man, that's just like insane. There it is. Look at that. That's insane, man. That's like you couldn't really fit any more muscle onto that frame, really.
Not really. No.
Like, I know I went to places and I did things that other people, in the gym.
Look at your fucking forearms.
Well, there's a thing, forearms. I never did any training for forearms. All that was just from gripping the bar when I was doing back training mainly, and some bicep training and stuff. So I had 19-inch forearms, and I didn't do a single fucking exercise with them apart from gripping on.
Look at that. It's so ridiculous.
Well, that's a good picture, but it's not me.
Who's that?
I don't know.
How dare you, Jamie? Pull up a non-doing.
Because somebody put it on Google.
Go, put up that
images.
one. Keep going to your right. No. Down where you were. Yeah, go to your right. One more. That one. Bam.
Side thrust. Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
That's from an onstage picture from Mr. Olympia. So what you can see if you look on the legs, you can see the thinness of the skin and the density of the muscle underneath. Like there's no fat, there's no water between the skin layer and the muscle layer.
What percent of body fat did you get down to?
Well, I don't really know because I had skin fold calipers. I used to do skin fold calipers.
They're not accurate.
They used to get down to like 3.5, probably like a month out.
Let's go.
But I know I got leaner after that, but they didn't really register because they're not that accurate after that point. So I don't know, maybe 3%. But it's nobody measures your body fat. It's what you look like. It's a visual thing. So it's really what you look like in the mirror. But
how did you know like how much water to drink and when to back off and?
Experience. I didn't really.
Look at your fucking legs, dude.
I didn't restrict water intake until like maybe 24 hours before a contest. So.
Look at your right leg there. That's preposterous.
Yeah, that's a huge medialis right over the knee there. Yeah, that's a lot of sick work, man. That's like I used to train legs pretty much once a week, and for 4 or 5 days of every week, I had trouble sitting on the toilet. I had trouble moving around. I mean, if I didn't, I wouldn't be happy, man. I'd feel that fucking pain in the ass, pain in the leg, just to sit down. But hey, it's satisfying because you know you've fucking done some damage, right? If it's like that, and the damage repairs itself to get slightly bigger and stronger. Bodybuilding is just an adaptation to stress. You know, you put a certain stress, your body's going to adapt to it. Fuck, I need to get bigger and stronger so I can handle this stress next time. That's basically what it is. So you're continually trying to stress yourself. Like anything, like you want to get better cardio, you've got to stress your cardio system so it adapts.
Yeah, there's no other way, right, to get that big. I mean, there's no shortcuts. There's nothing you can do. There's no easy route.
Well, I don't know. It looks like guys are looking for the easy route now because I don't see them training that hard. But then you don't see the quality of the physiques. The guys are big now, but you look at the quality, it's not the same.
It's not the same. Okay.
It's not the same. It's generally accepted in bodybuilding that the 90s was the peak of competitive physiques as far as the standard and the depth of the standard. There was like 6 to 8 guys on that stage that were like really like if you're off, there's places could change. Now you got one guy, Phil Heath, who's Mr. Olympia, and it's pretty like distance between him and the next few guys.
Now, what is it though? Doesn't it open the door for a current modern day Dorian Yates, like some super dedicated person? I mean, physiologically, people can still do the same things you did.
Yeah, but things have changed since the 90s. There's a lot more avenues that people could choose to go down as like doing a sport. I mean, for instance, UFC didn't exist in the early 90s. I remember watching the first show on I was in New York, I watched on TV, the very first one, with Royce Gracie. So you got MMA, you got CrossFit, and you got all these other competitions now in the bodybuilding arena. That's not bodybuilding. It's men's physique, where they wear the board shorts and they got the nice physique and abdominals, the kind of physique that most people aspire to have, I guess. You got classic bodybuilding. So you got a lot of different avenues, and I think the interest in pure bodybuilding is a lot less than in the 90s. Everyone wanted to be a bodybuilder. It was like hugely popular.
Yeah. What's interesting now? What is this, Jamie? What are you pulling up here?
This is Mr. Olympia from 1996. It's myself, Sean Ray in the middle, and that's Ronnie Coleman on the end, who became an 8-time Mr. Olympia.
You guys are all jacked.
Also,
it's so hard to tell. See, I'm looking at this. I'm like, how the fuck do you pick?
I'll work out. The guy on the end is the best.
That one right there.
Ach, Bro, komm. Komm schon, Mann. Komm schon. Just repent. Old word. Text girl. Old word. Just passen. Dann grün. Giving. I think. Narrated. Legislate. Outward. Legislate. That's a game. Oh. Yo.
What is your description, brother? I don't understand. Hello.
2v4 ranked aggro. You cannot be above platform.
Oh, okay.
Because I'm bronze
No, I'm
4, you
above
know?
that.
Okay.
See ya.
Yeah. Bro. Bro. No way he just ran away, bro. Ach. Solche Affen, Alter. So low, man. Oh. Nein, doch nicht so dreckiger. Ah, Bro. Komm schon. Bro. Digga, es ist so lost, Mann. Oh. Digga, es ist so low, Mann. Wirklich. Ah, fuck. Ah. Oh my life. Oh. Ah, so this is up, die Digga. Also das ist Boden. Aggro. Let's get up. Where did they land, bro? Fuck. Nein, Bob. Nein. Als ob. Fuck off, man. I should pick the rock first before I looted them. Bro. Bro, my fucking Vicky. Bro. Bro. Hey, Bro, ist es wirklich? Okay.
Hallo?
Der Jay? Komm rein.
Hallo, hallo, wie geht's?
Mit dir?
Auch gut, ja.
Komm direkt.
Ich muss mein Gebet machen, dann komme ich.
Okay. Digga, es ist wirklich... Ah.
Jo, bis gleich, ich komm gleich.
Jo. aggro. Bro. Ja, es ist so low, Mann. Bitte.
Jo,
Jo, ready?
jo, bin ready. Ich habe einen 5K-Monitor bestellt, habe ich dir schon gesagt?
Wann?
Heute.
Ich dachte, du wartest noch.
Bin gespannt drauf, kommt am Mittwoch. Was?
Warum 5K,
Ja,
Bruder?
weil die Auflösung geil ist. Total geile Pixeldichte, Bruder. Für Singleplayer-Games habe ich den geholt. 27 Zoller, 219 Pixeldichte. 219 PPI. Aber ich kaufe dann, ich behalte den 2 Wochen und verkaufe den 45er OLED in 2 Wochen, inshallah. Dann schicke ich den Asus wieder zu Amazon zurück und kaufe mir den Mini-LED 5K. Weil der noch geileres HDR hat.
Ja, komm rein in die Lobby.
Ja, gleich, warte. Yo, let's go. Start.
Ist in Lobby?
Ja.
Ja. Ready up. Immer nicht vergessen, ne? Wenn das Spiel endet, 3-mal Escape und F. Für Fast Q. Hallo.
Ja. Ich versuche dran zu denken. Warte mal, ich muss kurz hier im Lautstärke-Mixer noch was schauen. Dolby Atmos.
Dann lass ein TDM. Q TDM rein.
Das bist nicht warm genug.
Ja, ich schon. Ja, perfekt. Ich will kurz die Map spielen. Den Scope Spray üben. Was machst du, Digga? Hallo.
Komm, jetzt warm ab.
Ja, was sind das für Spawns, Mann? Ja, diese Sitzer, Alter. Raus. Ready. Buchsern.
Ja, auf geht's, Buchsern. Auf geht's, jetzt.
Sind zwei über uns. Aber wir sind Erster. Oh. Hinter uns.
Ist einer gelandet.
Oh, hier.
Irgendwo auf dem Dach bei uns. Hier bei uns in der Nähe. Hast du nicht gehört? Komm mit.
Wohin denn? Lass gleich Richtung Osten pushen. Hast du Scope für mich? Do you have Scope for
Nein,
me?
hier kommt einer. Hier läuft einer.
Wer?
Hier. Hier bei uns. Hier ist er. Zwei da. 2 low.
Are you safe?
Ja. Yes, my friend.
So. You need first aid?
No, I have. Du hast mein SLR geklaut.
Nächstes Mal
Das finde
schneller
ich
sein.
extrem. Nein, das ist scheiße.
Nimm
Das
mir
ist
halt die
wirklich
Mini.
scheiße. Das ist wirklich
Wir
scheiße,
verlieren
ehrlich.
Timing.
Kommst du. Ja,
Verlieren-
babbel nicht so viel Müll. Bei mir jetzt ist es auch voll aufgeregt.
Gib Ruhe. Mein Gott, gib Ruhe. 2 auf der Wall. Links vom Rock.
Ja, voll daneben geübt.
Nicht reden. Irgendwelche Bullshit in Game. Ich brauch Sound.
Ja, irgendwelche Bullshit. Ja, dann scheiß ich auf deinen Sound. Wenn du nächstes Mal meine SKS an meinem Loot nimmst, dann scheiß ich da drauf. Verstehst du das?
Warum? Ich hab die doch genockt.
Du sollst es nicht,
Dann
aber
ist es mein Loot.
Es ist scheißegal, wenn ich da aber loote, dann hast du das nicht zu nehmen. Das kannst du nicht machen.
Aber rede nicht in-game. So komische Sachen. Nur Info und das noch sonst nix.
Ach.
Auch Sound, wie oft noch? Ich sag dir jeden Tag Sound. Soll ich rumschreien oder? Ich will
Ja,
nicht
schrei von mir aus.
Ich will nicht
Dann schrei
rumschreien.
halt. Dann schrei halt.
Ich will
Mir
ja
egal.
nicht schreien, Junge.
Das war dein Fehler. Siehst doch ein, du hast die SKS genommen. Dann babbel nicht so viel.
Doch egal, Bro. Da war doch Mini. Ich hab dir Mini gelegt.
Ich wollte aber die SKS haben. Fertig.
Das war SLR.
Nächstes Mal frag.
Das war kein
Nächstes Mal sag
SKS.
doch, Santa. Ja, SLR. Genau, die will ich haben. Hättest du nächstes Mal sag einfach nächstes Mal, ob ich die nehmen darf, wenn du bei meinem Loot bist. Da hätte ich dir gesagt, ob ich sie nehmen darf oder nicht. Ganz einfach. Verstehst du das?
Du musst schneller looten. Einfach. Du warst da schon länger dran. Ich bin erst gekommen. Alles mit Rechtsklick machen.
Ich
In
hab die
2
SLR
Sekunden
später
alles
gesehen.
gelootet. Ja, das halt, muss halt schneller werden. Du musst mit Rechtsklick alles looten.
Nee, nächstes Mal mache ich genau dasselbe, was du da machst. Ich gehe einfach dahin, genauso, ob du pinst oder ist mir scheißegal, was du sagst. Du kannst jammern, wie du willst und rumschreien, wie du willst. Kannst Saltos drehen, ist mir egal. Ganz einfach, so macht man das. So wie du es versuchst zu machen, mache ich es auch. Du kannst mich dann einfach mal. Verstehst du das?
Was machst du für Geräusche?
Das ist Shisha.
Wolltest du nicht
Letzte Zeit
aufhören?
letzte Zeit hast du auch mit den Geräuschen, ehrlich.
Ja, willst du doch dein Mic fixen oder nicht? Ich doch auch nicht, dass du
Alles
Geräusche hast.
gefixt.
Ja,
Alles
anscheinend
gefixt.
nicht.
Das sind die Züge von der Shisha.
Niemals das verlassen, oder? Keiner
Was
da.
für ein Hype. Egal.
Ja, es ist ja.
Ach,
Wir spielen das Game nicht, Digga. Jetzt, da ist keiner.
komm gleich, warte mal. So, bin wieder da. Warum bist du Deathmatch hier? Lief den Scheiß, komm jetzt eine normale Runde. Hallo, wo bist du?
Bist du da?
Ja, was ist los?
Ja.
Komm raus. Komm raus aus diesem scheiß Deathmatch. Komm ins Spiel. Mach Ranked an. Dann dreh ich jetzt hier durch.
Ein Team, glaube ich.
Da ist einer am Eck, genau.
Digga.
Ich hab ihn.
Noch einer. Glaube ich. Auf Gelb. Outside. Gelb.
Ach. Hab noch mit der Diegel gekillt, Alter. Schade. Keine Waffe gehabt. Go Factory.
Victory. Ein Team. Zwei Team. Drei Team. Vier Team. Stopp von mir. Bin aber runter.
Da ist einer. No, da ist einer oben drauf. Ich gehe runter. So spät.
Ich habe gar nichts gehört. Gar kein Step. Terminal. Ich habe komplett eingeschissen. Parachute. Hier bottom. Einer on me, bottom. Ja, ist so klar. Er ist unter dir.
Nee, warte. Kann ich hier looten.
Hast du den gehört?
Ich hab die anderen schießen hören. Ich dachte, die anderen sind am Fighten. Let's go school.
Apps maybe. Apps glaube ich besser, oder? Er ist schon weg, der Digga. Alles klar.
Alle Scheißrunden. Läuft einfach nicht.
Passiert.
Was?
Passiert halt. Kurz weg. jetzt Schule.
Ja, das ist Schule.
Ein Demonos. Da ins Loch oder was?
Scheiße, der hat meine Munition.
Da ist ins Loch. Wow.
Der hat meine Munition, Mann.
Zurück. Hosan?
Ja. Ja, Hosan. Oder Buxan. Lieber Buchsern. Lass lieber Buchsern. Statt Hostern. Lass Buchsern, okay? Hallo?
Hä?
Buchsern.
Nein, Bossern. Das ist jetzt richtig tryharden, okay?
Ja,
Fullgas.
ja.
Wird Zeit für den Win wieder. Langsam. Inside Yellow. Second floor Yellow. Unter uns. Einer auf. Genug. Und
Warte.
gelb. Hast du First Aid?
Ja.
Hallo.
Komm runter.
Knock doch.
Komm runter.
Rest doch, rest doch. Hallo. First Aid.
Hier.
Was Schotti? Hallo.
Hast du meine 2 Kits genommen? Gib mir mal ein Kit zurück. Ich habe dir 2 gedroppt.
Ne, nur
Ich wollte
eins.
mich auch heilen, hab mich nicht mal geheilt. Ich habe aber 2 gedroppt.
So. Hier. Knock doch gelb. Neugelb. Zweiter Stock. Komm, lass den unten pushen. Unter uns. Wo bist du?
Hier.
Ja, komm doch, den pushen. ist noch einer. Hast du den geflasht? Den zweiten.
Nein, der läuft da draußen noch rum.
Flash. Hast du Fünfer?
Ja, hier.
Was pushen über Straße. Entschuldigung. Und? Selbst.
Hier vorne, hier vorne. Oh.
Ach, Bro. Stadium. Boah. Stadium. Zwei Teams anders.
Hast du auch Internetprobleme gerade? LOL.
Wo ist dein Chip? Da, ne?
Mein Internet ist laggy.
Ach man. Hast du nicht die Ultraleitung? Normal?
Das Ultraleitung normal.
Der hat so ein Gigabit, oder? Oder was ist das für eine Leitung?
1 Gigabit, keine Ahnung, keine Ping-Spikes, kein Paketverlust, einfach bleibt hängen.
Ja, dann
Die
vielleicht
Internetverbindung geht kurz weg und kommt wieder.
Baby war PUBG Samstag, keine Ahnung. Ist zu spät, ne?
Warte.
Ein Team kommt mit. On you.
Hier ist einer drin.
Oh, hier.
Markierung rot. Da hinten auch.
Info.
Vor mir, der kann hier, der. Vor mir, hier, 2 Stück links und rechts. Der eine ist hier vor mir, Süden, links.
Und weg. Ja.
Lol, wo ist denn abgesprungen bei mir? Das hat geleckt, Alter, das Internet wieder. Ich bin irgendwann ganz woanders abgesprungen.
Ja, komm einfach mit Auto. Ach nein. Das verlassen, oder? Weg. Hey, hast du noch Herbst verplant? Das hast du. Ich gehe mal ab.
Was? Was hab ich? Was meintest du?
Violin, ne?
Ja, was meintest du mit Abfüllung?
Nix. Drei Teams. Yellow. Jawohl.
Hat einer was nachgeladen?
Ja,
Ich sag's doch. Ich sag doch, da hat jemand was nachgeladen.
ja, aber wo?
Ah ja, links. Ich habe ihn links gehört. Ich habe den so weit nachladen hören. Schon krass. Hast du das nicht gehört?
Nee.
Ich habe ihn nachladen gehört, habt ihr gesagt, nachladen, da warst du schon im Mann drin. Lass Rosan.
Ja. Dekanter oder was?
Was? Bekannter?
Dekanter.
Ich weiß nicht, dein Bekannter, was du meinst.
Egal.
Ich habe dich nicht verstanden. Bekannter oder was meinst du?
Bekannter.
Was mit Bekannte?
Bekannter. Nicht bekannt.
Ich verstehe gar nichts mehr, leider. Der IQ ist so komisch eingestellt, deine Stimme ist ganz komisch. Es ist schwer zu verstehen, was du sagst.
Einer contestet, glaube ich. Nee, doch.
Ja. 3 Teams sind hier. Lol, ich bin daneben gesprungen.
Seit Yellow.
Oh, schon wieder Warp. Schon wieder warpt's mich weg. Hier unten ist eine Barrel, Bro, wenn du willst.
Ja.
Hörst du mich? Hier unten ist eine Barrel.
Hast du ihn markiert?
Ja, warte. Wo ist sie? Hier ist sie.
Ready. Oh. Hast du einen gesehen oder was? Hallo.
Nein. Ich hab nur geschossen. Ich gehe wieder hoch aufs Dach.
Ja. Lass hier rechts rauskommen.
Hier ist eine Draganov. Willst du haben?
Hab schon.
Ist noch ein Schalli dafür. Hier ist der Schalldämpfer.
Hinter Gelb. Eins. Inside. Top Floor Yellow.
Oben oder unten?
Oben.
Topfloor.
Ja, unten auch. Top Floor wieder.
Muss kurz bandagen.
Unten. Was gibt der mir, Digga? Ich hab keinen Helm mehr.
Ist der hier?
Bottom, Orange, ja.
Schieß nochmal auf ihn, ich hol ihn.
Ich glaub, der ist wieder oben. Also. Krieg nicht mehr. Keine Ahnung. Von rechts, Digga. Gelb. Auf dem Haus oben. Einer pusht. Und Nordost.
Guck mal, alles hat geleckt gerade. Alles hat geleckt. Ich war irgendwo, die Türen gehen nicht auf. Hast du mich gehört, über was ich geredet habe?
Nee.
Das ist ja abnormal. Ärgerlich, ich muss das Spiel echt neu
Wer ist
starten.
das?
Was?
Wer ist der Typ?
Keine Ahnung, kenne ich nicht. Warte, ich komm gleich.
Okay, dann spiele ich eins.
Warte, ich starte nur neu. Willst du mich verarschen? Warte doch mal.
Achso. Müsstest du Router neu starten, normal, ne? Glaube ich.
Was hast du gesagt?
Du müsstest eigentlich Router neu starten, oder nicht?
Router?
Ja.
Ja, aber warte. Ich habe den LAN-Verbindung neu gestartet. Aber das geht den ganzen Tag schon so. Ich frag mich, was es ist.
Hm.
Wer war denn das eigentlich, der Typ?
Keine Ahnung.
Wieso lässt du so Leute rein?
Ich hab den gekickt, was laberst du? Warte kurz.
Lass uns an.
Aussam. Ja, Mann.
Lol, warum war er bei mir drangehangen eben? Bei dir.
Was?
Ich war gerade angebunden bei dir gerade.
Einer ist Bottom, ne? Hä?
Hab mich gehauen, ich schwör dir. Es gibt es nicht. Ey, plötzlich bin ich bei dir. Als wäre ich bei dir, als Ding dran, Bruder. Als, Fliegen angebunden. Ich lach mich tot. Ich schwör dir, das hab ich noch nie erlebt. Das gibt's nicht. Was Palace?
College.
Ja.
Zu früh springst du.
Ich habe einen 10er Ping, 9er Ping, ist schon sehr gut.
Ein Team, zwei Teams. Honors. Close. Gelb.
Ja, schon wieder leckt. Jetzt habe ich Paketverlust. Ich konnte wieder nichts machen. Paketverlust und es leckt. Ich starte mal meinen Router neu. Ich komm gleich.
Ja.
So, warte. Jetzt bin ich wieder da. Ich muss mal kurz in mein Netzwerk gerate. Komm raus, komm raus.
Ruhe. Die AK ist eigentlich so OP, ne? Close. Oh, Bros.
Komm raus, Mann. Drück ready.
Zurück.
go Pushinki.
Guy on me. Ja? Oh,
Unten. Da drin, genau.
Bro. Ja.
Der war erst da drin. Wohin?
Factory.
Guck mal, jetzt folge ich schon wieder, obwohl ich nicht folgen will. Weil es leckt. Eben hat es kurz geleckt, dann warst du weiter vorne mit dem Flugzeug, dann war ich hinten, dann war ich wieder bei Folgen.
Von Tim. Yellow.
Der ist da hinten.
Oder.
Ja, bei Orange. Du hast irgendwo Bagdad markiert. Dort unten drin. Lol, schon wieder Warp. Okay,
Where,
dann einen
bro?
gekillt. Hier bei Orange. Hörst du schlecht? Komm mit. Komm, push mit hier drin.
Wait. I'm on the other side.
Okay, da ist noch einer, ich habe einen genockt.
Nice.
Ach, der hat mich. Noch einer kommt. Es sind zwei hier noch. Einen konnte ich flashen.
Outside or?
Inside. Zwei sind da oder drei sind da noch. Pass auf, sind da drin. Du hörst sie, oder? Ja.
Ja. Where the fuck, bro?
Schon wieder Warp.
Shit, bro. Was? What did you say?
Wop, wo ich jetzt so geguckt hab.
What?
Warte mal, ich muss den Router komplett neu starten. Warte mal. So, da bin ich wieder.
Okay.
Ich starte. Bin wieder da.
Ja, heute.
Komm rein, komm rein. Komm raus. Nix wait, komm raus. Ich hab keine Zeit dafür jetzt. 10 Jahre zu warten. Du bist in der neuen Runde. Komm raus.
Chill mal dein Leben. John. 4 guys. Let's push left side. Come. I'll see.
Ja, ich komm.
Ja.
Was war denn das eben?
We're not peeking.
Was? Not was?
Not peeking. Fellas. College.
Jetzt schon wieder Internet weg.
And team is two guys contesting us. That shotgun. Was, bro. Real big. John.
Facebook Sun. Bekannt, Verzögerung.
Ist die Durst.
Ja, dachte ich auch erst.
Four teams on us. One team on us. Oh, on me. Oh, second guy. Guy on me. Oh, two guys on me on yellow. Stadium. One team is contesting. One more on me. Bro.
Hat er nochmal gesinkt?
You timed out, huh?
Guck mal, der nimmt die Waffe nicht auf. Der zieht gar nicht auf. Guck mal, der sieht mich gar nicht dagegen, weil ich gar nicht hier bin. Gegen Teleport. Hörst du mich?
Ja.
Siehst du das? Ich kann nichts aufheben.
No. No.
Du bist rausgegangen.
Yeah, you're just standing AFK in the open.
Hä? Lol. Schau mal, Silvio. Schau mal hier, was ist das?
I'm in game.
Jetzt hat mich hierhin teleportiert, schade.
Bro, your network is fucked.
Guck mal beim Stream. Jetzt sieht er mich, lol. Sie haben mich eben gerade gar nicht gesehen. Ich war vorher drin, hab die geboxt und die ging nicht down. Die haben mich nicht gesehen. Total Desync. Desync sein Vater. Wir müssen in der Hölle. Was ist los? Komm rein. Was ist los?
You wanna keep playing with this shit?
Ja, I wanna try.
I don't think there's a point if it's lagging always.
Es muss doch irgendwie weggehen jetzt. Irgendein Internetverbindungsproblem oder so.
Maybe check your buff upload or like connection speed test. Fix your internet first.
Internet 800 Mbit. Läuft wie Bombe. Ding ist wunderbar. Start mal einen Rechner neu. So. Ich starte jetzt.
Sound.
Server sind ausgelassen,
Wohl.
steht bei mir.
Sound. Ah, bro. PUBG servers? Or what do you mean?
GG's, let's go.
PUBG servers or your server? Or what do you mean?
What? Rank it, let's go.
Yeah, but what is overloaded?
PUBG server have say I start. It's overloaded. I think it's now fixed.
You disconnect.
I'm connect back. Oh, sorry.
It says you're still disconnected.
You mean I'm disconnect? Why you leave?
It says you're disconnected. It says you're offline.
No, did you see it? It's bug. I'm ready now.
Yeah, but we're not searching, huh?
Doch, we're searching. No, stay ready.
I'm ready.
Okay, I'll reload the lobby. Yet now it's working. I have no sound. Is your bridge, okay.
Don Chong.
Unterbrochen, Steam. Freundesliste ladet neu und geht wieder an.
Yeah, it's your client-sided issue then.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe only PUBG has tried another game. I tried to reinstall the Network Treiber, maybe it's fixed.
Donchong? Donchong?
Sporadische Aussetzer. Nein, da hatten schon wieder einer.
Why did you land there, bro?
Weil du sagst doch warum.
Yeah,
Ich hab doch
land with me, no?
Desync die ganze Zeit.
Ah. What?
The game won't. I try to fix that and come again. Also ich versuch's mal zu reparieren jetzt.
Ja.
Ich guck mal anderes Spiel, ob das da auch ist. High Ping.
Hä?
Im Battlefield habe ich auch High Ping. Also liegt es nicht am PUBG. In Battlefield habe ich voll den High Ping. In PUBG habe ich keinen High Ping. Also es ist das Internet. Hier bei Battlefield, Bro, Silvio, funktioniert die Komprimierung richtig gut. Da sind alle lauten Sound leiser und die leisen Sound lauter.
PUBG, zack so.
Ja, PUBG sag's irgendwie bei irgendwann. Ich glaube, wir müssen das auf 3 stellen, die Komprimierung. Nein, war 6. 6,6. Das ist hier aber auch 6,6. Aber hier ist der Preamp auf 3.
Did you fix it? Ossi?
I now installed the driver.
Yeah.
Restart. Let me say bye. Jetzt lass mal zocken.
Yeah, wait, I'm TDM.
Komm raus.
I wanna finish it, wait.
No,
Just
komm out.
play one as well. See if your connection is good.
Okay, go to arcade. When it's time für Aug? Tomorrow?
2 days.
Hä?
2 days.
Okay, 2 days. Also Sunday. Or Monday.
Something like that, yeah.
Schon wieder.
Again? Is it fixed or?
3-3. Er looks fixed, aber ich weiß nicht, irgendwie will es nicht.
Ja.
So teilweise gefixt, das ist auf jeden Fall schon mal besser.
Okay. Okay.
Hä?
Yep, buddy. Still a cold man.
raus.
Ich mach grad 1 gegen 1.
Jetzt komm, lass uns spielen.
Ja, warte noch. 6 Minuten.
Boah, 6 Minuten. Ich hab gleich keinen Bock mehr, wenn du nicht rauskommst. Ich werd zu müde.
5 Minuten.
Und wenigstens leckt's jetzt nicht mehr.
Ja, sehr gut.
Finde ich schon mal gut.
Wie hast du es gefixt?
Ich habe einfach einen Treiber installiert neu.
Ich komm rein.
Ja. Was ist los, Na, geht's an hier?
Still cold, man. Weg. Auf, Jolin. Ihr seid jetzt gefixt?
Ja, jetzt ist es weg. Eben war es aber kurz auch wieder. Der Lobby, der Start.
Du springst zu spät. Coachman. One guy contesting. One team, full team contesting, I think. No gun, bro. One more on the corner. One more. Behind you. Bro, what is this shit? How did I not kill? How did I not kill? One more on the corner.
Why are you disconnected?
My game crashed, lol. Do we have game already?
No.
Okay. Second. Go! Let's see.
Ja, ich habe Go gedrückt. Geht, habe ich doch. Jetzt. Go Apps.
Yeah. You jumped too late. One guy only. What the fuck?
Hier ist einer gelandet. Gegenüber irgendwo da unten.
English, English.
He's reloading. Have you reload? Gun? No. It's
Yeah, I'm
below us.
below us.
Yeah, here. Inside here. Ah, one guy here open. AFK.
Let's push this guy. Come. Outside left. Inside, bro. It's inside. Bro. Bro. Ah.
Sorry, was slacking.
Yeah, it's inside. Bro, you're still lagging. It's not playable like this.
Why is this laggy?
I don't know, bro. We are back. Oh.
So, irgendwie wieder nicht. Irgendwie hängt's. Irgendwo hängt's. Das Kabel oder irgendwas ist es.
Ja.
Ich muss mal schauen, vielleicht geht es mit WLAN.
Hm.
Ob es das LAN-Kabel ist, mal nur checken, ob es. So, bin jetzt mit 6 GHz LAN verbunden. Jetzt mache ich mal das Deaktivieren des WLAN. Jetzt nur das LAN. Jetzt gehe ich mal ins Spiel.
Routing, hallo. Ich muss mal meinen Rechner neu starten.
Es ist immer noch da.